ia elancar, toca putaria, porra.
Joga de baixo pra cima, empurra a buceta de frente. Joga de baixo pra cima, empurra a buceta de frente pra trás. Vai, vai, vai. Joga de Joga de baixo pra cima, tu empurra a buceta de frente pra trás. Joga de baixo pra cima, empurra a buceta de frente. Joga de baixo pra cima, empurra a buceta de frente pra trás. Vai, vai, vai. Joga de baixo, 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 joga de
Так, всем привет. Так, что, надо типа стрим давить? Вчера не было, вчера отдыхал. Ой, так. Че всем, кому не лень, я ссылки скину. Сюда тоже можно. Ну ладно, я надеюсь, впоследствии появятся зрители. Но мы пока начнем. Для этого надо мне экран переключить. Ой. А, да. Так, мы остановились на том, что... Привет, Сава. Так. О, чё? Ладно. Объезжать, чё? Чё за предмет? Это? Так нет, стоп, это опять же не то. Что, вот это? Нифига. Жесть. Так, ладно. Это сайд-квест, это нас не интересует. Нас интересует вот это. Для этого надо сделать ТП. Да, мы... Нормально у меня жизнь, у тебя как жизнь. А! Вот, подстава. Не было лифта. Цель этапа. После обеда побывайте на ринге. Вот мы сейчас на ринге идем. Очень даже неинтересно. This is the ring, I think.
Oh, you must be the traveler, huh? Sorry, mate, but competitors as strong as you are prohibited from participating. I don't make the rules, mind you, but I was given very specific instructions. Even convicts value their lives, don't they? I hope you can understand. But we have a game here that'll let you show off your strength, and you'll even earn some credit coupons in the process. What do you think? Interested?
And if we lose the game...
Of course. That's the cruel reality facing every competitor. Okay, great. Let me walk you through the rule. The targets in front of you will pop up one after another. You'll need to hit the targets in the same order that they popped up. If you can complete a few rounds in a row with no mistake, the second you mess up the order, you lose. The game costs 300 credit coupons to have it go. So, you up for it? Thanks for your patronage, mate.
Okay, do your best to hit the targets, just like Colin said!
Your strength really shouldn't be underestimated. Now I get why you're prohibited from... Nobody who values their life would be willing to get in the ring with you. However, you two haven't tried... Just go talk to Rusimov. Buy a ticket for whichever fighter you think will win.
But we don't know anything about...
That's normal. Just watch a few matches and get a feel for the fighters.
He's got a point. Why don't we give it a try? If we...
Bet at random, huh? Well, how should I put it?
Huh? We shouldn't get too carried away. What's the...
What? I... Never even picked a boxer before, and you already know about the rules? You're not just strong fighters. Seems you're pretty perceptive. Might as well tell you about it, since you already know that much. Plus, I think you've got... Besides, I don't want to risk ever losing a customer like you.
Is it that serious?
Okay. The hidden rule here is... If you buy both boxers' tickets, something bad will happen the next...
So the rule is that we shouldn't pick both boxers in the same fight. But if anyone actually did that... What do you mean by something bad?
How would I know? Not like I'm stupid enough to do that. But I've heard a story. According to the rumor, there was a masked boxer who possessed incredible skill. However, in the final match, the organizers told him... And after that, he was never seen again. Some say he died, or that he was taken care of by the event's organizers. But everyone remembers that he was, in his eyes, supporting both boxers in a match would dishonor.
So you mean it's like a curse? He'll take vengeance on anyone who does that?
No, he was always wearing a mask, like he was intentionally trying to hide his identity.
Traveler, do you think that boxer was... Huh?
You're not serious. Look. Here I was just trying to be nice and warn you, yet here you are trying to break...
Yeah, it sounds pretty scary to Paimon. Seems you've made up your mind.
Betting on both fighters will set you back about 3,000 credit coupons. If you have enough, then...
We woke up so early today.
Так, сколько у нас купонов? Реально. Ага. Это мы все добавили. Здесь ничего нового нету.
Paimon's been nodding off all afternoon.
Сколько у нас купонов, покажите.
The dawn of a new day. Paimon feels like we're getting used to it. What do you have planned?
Отправляйтесь на ринг, заработав 3000 премиальных купонов. У нас их и так 3700.
After working here so long, but doing the same thing all... Yeah, it's good to kick back and relax once in a while. Oh, just a regular meal set. Cause what would you like to do this...
Пора отправляться на ринг.
Knowing child, he must have been there all the time.
Are you two here to buy tickets? But
Who are the boxers?
we have the reigning champ, Le Grappler, versus a contender from the Eastern Prison Block, Demon Horde.
Are those their nicknames, or did they choose those names themselves?
Since you're new around here, I'll help you out and give you a little suggestion. Even though Le Grappler is the crowd favorite. Anyway, for this match, I recommend... Huh? For both fighters? I can tell you're new to this, but maybe you don't quite understand the rules, no?
Oh, no need.
Alright then, if you're absolutely sure.
Yeah, we got it. Just shut. Oh, looks like we won't get a chance to sleep in.
Пошел, народ!
Paimon, package here for you.
А,
The next
ладно,
time you
ладно.
buy something, go pick it up yourself. I'm not a delivery man, you know.
Huh? A package? For us? Did you buy something, Traveler? Paimon's not quite awake yet, so why don't you go take a look? Ah, right! Yesterday we broke the hidden rule and bought tickets for both boxers. Oh, maybe this package is the bad thing that Colin said would happen. Paimon suddenly feels wide awake. Wait, maybe let Paimon go hide somewhere first. Hey, wait! Paimon's still here! Don't open it! Huh?
Какая-то фляга красная.
Oh, it's just a small bottle. But the color of the liquid inside looks so wrong. Alright, that's enough of that. No need to say it out loud. Paimon already knows what you're trying to say. Ugh, no way. Get that stuff away from Paimon. Paimon thinks we shouldn't open the bottle until we figured out what's going on.
Странная жидкость это крови. Странная посылка, полученная утром следующего дня после нарушения тайного правила ринга.
What do you have planned for us? Though it feels nice to slack off a little, less work means less coupons.
Погуляйте вокруг в поисках подсказок. Это нам надо на этаж выше. А, нет, вот. Ну да, чуть-чуть надо спуститься. А вот мы и на одном этаже. Так. Ты кто? Промоутер.
If there's no way to send it all out, then maybe I'll never get a chance to leave.
Who are you? We've never seen you
I'm not! Of course I'm not. Please, don't mistake me for a criminal. I'm a good...
Then what are you
I'm a promoter for Fontico, and I'm usually responsible for promoting our drink products.
Oh, a promoter from Fontico? So what kind of problem?
After discussing the company's promotional plans with him, he told me, however, in light of our long history of successful collaboration, I still tried to patiently explain the details. Let me take a moment and recall his exact words. I'm just gonna stop you there and say no. If anything, I'm saving you time. It seems you don't fully understand the value of credit coupons here, nor do you understand the value of your own products. The former is because you are from the overworld, but as for the latter, only someone monumentally stupid, so Anyway...
Well, he...
Fine, I know.
Недовольство герцогом. Промоутер фонда постоянно терпит неудачи из-за того, что недооценивает премиальные купоны. Герцог считает, что только идиот, не осознающий ценности купонов, будет тратить их на фонту. Так, идем дальше. Какие цели этапа? Прогуляться, чтобы узнать больше о странной кровавой жидкости. У нас только 2 пока метки, а не 3. Ну что, опять на ринг, что ли? Эх, жаль, нам драться нельзя. Вот не надо было качать ману. Так, и с кем мы тут можем поболтать? О, с Коллинсом.
Hey, I heard you crazy fools really did it.
Well, the next day we received a mysterious package, but...
So it is real. You didn't become cursed or anything like that, did ya? Are you both still okay?
Paimon's not sure. What do you... Oh, okay.
Yeah, you two don't seem to have changed at all. But I wouldn't let your guard down. Still, I didn't expect you would actually do it. You'd actually throw away coupons like that just to...
Even if we bought tickets like everybody else, it's not like... When it comes to things like this, it's always the order...
Hey, just what are you trying to... It makes so little that even the current tournaments can only be held...
Oh, so it's the company that manufactures...
Let's just say it's a mutually beneficial arrangement. Anyway...
Спонсор турнира по Панкратиону. По словам Коллинза, турниры по Панкратиону проводятся только благодаря финансированию. Компания фонда, должно быть, преследует свои цели. Слушайте, я могу вот в эти штучки поиграть? Вот в это вот. Я хочу поиграть. Подожди, можно? Коллинз?
Oh, it's you.
Да.
Oh, it's you.
Ну, я хочу побить перчатки. Ладно. А что еще тут? Вон она. Что-то есть. Ну-ка.
Hey, what are these papers? Maybe not. Every page has the Fontico symbol on it. Maybe okay. But if... Oh, you're right. Guess there's nothing to worry about then. Let Paimon have a look here. Without assistance from the Fontaine Research Institute, development of the new product has been slow. We have no choice but to let the new product undergo the first phase of promotional trials. We have decided to only conduct closed... Sure doesn't seem like anything unusual. The company is just trying to develop some new products besides Fanta. But it sounds like things aren't going well at all. Let's put these papers back where we found them and make it look like nobody went through them. Okay, good.
Разработка новых продуктов. Внутренние отчеты фонда показывают, что компания начинает испытания пока еще безымянного и не расфорсованного продукта. Он должен пройти испытания, поскольку даже у самих сотрудников фонда к нему есть вопросы. Кайф. Прогуляйтесь вокруг в поисках подсказок. Еще? Ну ладно. Угу. Нам надо куда-то наверх. Только Бог тебе поможет в этой ситуации. Походу. Ну, я не знаю, в чем прикол. Я лично Я лично не вижу смысла подтверждать номер телефона на ютубе. Просто зачем это надо? Я просто какую-нибудь почту создаю левую и все. Идем кушать.
We ended up here without even thinking. All right, but remember that we bought this. Oh, just a regular meal set. What would you like to do this? After working here so long, we're really starting to put doing the same thing. Yeah, it's good to. A mysterious box, a bottle of crimson liquid. Paimon still doesn't know what to make of it. Do you have any ideas, Traveler? Really? Well, maybe.
Ура! Цели этапа выполнены.
Okay, so we've investigated 2 of the hidden rules. Paimon didn't think this prison would have so many weird. We'd better pick up the pace with our investigation, otherwise we'll never get anywhere. Yeah, let's skip work for.
Фу, хорошо пошло. Че, покрутка? Я коплю вот на следующий баннер. И вот я 10 круток оставлю на следующий баннер прокрутить. Появится. Просто фуринка мне не особо нужна. Вот, я хочу, короче, новый баннер покрутить. Но если у меня там лишние будут звезды, то можно. Так, что у нас? Да. У нас пока нету никаких целей? Нет, надо просто прийти. А может, там телепорт есть на этот уровень? Надо чуть-чуть... Ой, куда ты полез, ГГшка? Куда ты полез, X2, ГГшка? Сюда.
Hey, isn't that Vidoc over there? Huh.
Ah, seeing you at this time must mean you've already saved up a lot of credit coupons. Impressive.
So, now can you tell us about the hidden rules?
If that's what you want to know.
Huh? What do you...
Leonid and those other pesky broke urchins have all gone to work in the production zone.
We get it, just...
So, you know those pipes that make strange sounds? Don't ever, ever go near them at night. Even if you manage to avoid the guards.
Something even more terrible.
A group of cannibals.
Cannibals?
Every month, they meet a few times in the dead of night. Rumor had, but since they have no way to dispose of the leftover remains, they have way...
Paimon might already know what you mean by other...
You two look pretty skeptical. No matter. Learning... I've got things to do too.
Traveler, can we just trust him on this one? Oh, Paimon doesn't want her blood and flesh and Oh, so that's how you see the situation. Huh. You know, Paimon does feel a little better. When will all this...
Вернитесь для повторного расследования. Что ж тебе еще там не нравится? Ой-ой-ой-ой-ой.
Just stay away.
Ясно.
What? What are you saying? You shouldn't go.
Это мы про людоедов? Спрашиваем.
What are you talking about?
Their attitude sure is suspicious. Like they're trying to avoid us. But if they're being so obvious about acting weirdly. Do you think they might just be trying to lure us in? Oh, this is all getting way too creepy for Paimon. So you mean we still need to investigate some more? Okay, if you say so.
Разбить охранника в барак. Там нет. А, нет, тут есть телепорт. Я могу цветочек еще? Подожди. Нормально. Ну что-то мне эпически вообще не в кайф вязать. Не хочу. Легендарно уж тем более. Поэтому пока на этом остановимся.
Hello, Fielding.
What do you want? Criminals like you ought to be.
We just want to ask you, have you ever discovered anything odd during your nighttime patrols?
Why are you asking about something like that? Whatever happens at night.
Well... right! We've heard it happens a few times every month. Paimon has sensitive...
Really? I see. And now that you mention it, I recall my colleagues talking about something like that before. They say that strange things.
So, what happens at night?
They just conduct regular cleaning of the fortress's drainage facilities. There are 3 pipe cleaning days per month, and it just so happens that today is one of the scheduled days. You can try to confirm the sounds tonight if you want.
Oh, okay. Then...
If that's all, then I'll be leaving now. I advise you not to try anything funny, though. Even if I'm not on duty.
Don't worry, we don't want any time added to our sentences. Oh, he left. So what do you think about the pipe cleaning days he mentioned? Right, both are a possibility. But Fielding did say that to... Paimon knew you would say that. Alright, sounds like we'll be up all night to... I'm so tired. But we can't sleep yet. They'll be cleaning the pipes tonight, so it's the perfect chance for... Whatever. Just... Huh? Traveler? Did you fall asleep already? Traveler, come on, wake up! Oh, it looked like you were just peacefully sleeping to Paimon. Well, what did you see this time? Really? So we're finally starting to figure out what actually happened! But, what? Okay, well it's about time for us...
Ай, идите к трубам, о которых говорят пугающие слухи. Погнали. Мне...
Careful! We'll get in trouble if the guards catch us.
Блин, а мне может быть хотя бы стелсиков долбили какого-нибудь?
Hey, not this way. We need to get to that pipe, remember?
Так, мне еще надо так пройти, чтобы охране не попасться. Ну не через охрану же мне идти, поэтому я возьму, бегу по месту, где охранников нет. Так, момент, пожалуйста. Все, погнали дальше. Ой. Ну блин, хотя бы стелс добавили, что ли. Нифига мне. Дали. Лучший друг наемника. А как мне вот тут вот пройти? Нет, и он, главное, вообще ничего не слышит, я так полагаю, он вообще он глухой. Ну нам это и на руку. Ух. Да ты угораешь.
Careful! We'll get in trouble if the guards
Да я уже
catch us.
сейчас пробегал. А как это работает?
Careful! We'll get in trouble
Я
if
же
the guards catch us.
только что пробегал.
Hey, not this way. We need to get to that pipe, remember?
Так.
Hey, not this way. We need to get to that pipe, remember?
Не, ну главное, вон там же стоит чел. Я же не смогу сейчас мимо него пробежать, да? А, славно, славно, плавно, плавно.
This should be the place.
Давай, мана, восстанавливайся. Ты с кайфом. Бежим.
What? I know you. You were the ones.
You've got guts showing up here.
You'd better leave now. Ain't nobody coming here to save you.
What'd you say? Yeah, so what if they were? If you push us,
Hey, what's the point of all those rumors anyway?
I don't have to tell you anything. If you turn around, go back to the dormitories and act.
Yeah, scram. Nothing worth seeing here. Huh? What did you...
Isn't that exactly what Boss said when he left?
Hey, do you know our boss? Whoa. We had no idea our boss was such a big deal. He always kept his identity a secret. So, did he have you come here to find us?
Oh, so your child's crew here? Seems like he had no problem fitting in.
We're the only ones who heard him say those words when he left that night. So, unless he somehow told you those exact same words after that...
Wow, those dreams of yours sure come in handy.
We gave him the business for a while and would always give him a hard time when he first came to the fortress of Maripede. But here in the fortress, the strong will always earn respect. He was working the longest hours and racking up wins in the Pancration Ring. You could always see how amazing he was, even when he was teaching us a lesson. So eventually, we all decided to follow him.
But one day, he suddenly told us that he had to find a way to escape this place, no matter. And as his crew, if the So, we got to work, and used the hidden rules that were here to make up and spread the rumor about the cannibal rule. We just wanted to give him a better chance of escaping on a night after the pipes had been cleaned.
Oh, thanks to your rumor, nobody would want to come anywhere near here, but
Because as far as we know, the pipe he went into isn't actually an exit. It should be. It leads to an abandoned factory area, and even if there were a way, but boss still insisted on going in. It's like, so we told him that we'd pretend as if and that if he wanted to come back, he should wait for nighttime on a pipe cleaning day. That way, we could meet him here and help cover the whole thing up.
So you come and wait here through the night a few times a month just because of that promise?
Yeah, but it's been so long now.
Is it also possible?
Nothing could ever defeat Boss or slow him down.
Okay. Paimon was just brainstorming possibilities.
All right. Keep quiet and follow us.
Так, войдите в трубопровод.
The way up from here has been sealed off. It's impossible to get through. Boss left by going down from here. It wasn't full of water at the time. Later, we came back hoping to have a look. That's when we found out it had been completely flooded. It's impossible to navigate unless you're an extremely skilled diver.
Do you think Child got trapped by the water?
Not likely. We all know that Boss was an incredible swimmer.
Really? Then have him come investigate. Pronto.
It's getting late. We should leave before the guards come this way.
Yeah, we learned a lot about what happened to Child.
А, мы не сбежали. Ладно.
We finally learned some key information. Seems all of our investigative work has finally started to pay off. When you said you knew a diver, you were talking about Fremine, right? If we ask Linny, he'll definitely have Fremine help us. Ugh. Why is Child like this? What was he doing going into the pipe? Fortunately, though, it seems like it's only a matter of time now before we find out what really happened. Now that we can finally relax, I'm starting to feel super sleepy. Let's try to get some rest.
О, даже так.
It's morning already? Oh, Paimon still needs more sleep. Huh? Wait, look over there! It's one of Linny's cards! Let Paimon see what's written on it. Maybe you haven't heard, but today is the monthly free day. Everyone has the... It's been a while since we last talked. Have you been making any progress lately? Ooh, today's our lucky day. We have the day up. From the sound of it, Lenny's been making progress with his investigation. Wonder what he's discovered. We still have some time before...
И погнали, подспрашиваем окружающих. Том 4, глава 4. Приближение катастрофы. Продолжайте исследование. Ну куда я денусь? Оба.
Look, there are some people talking over there.
If you ask me, those pompous parasites on the surface act like they're all a bunch of aristocrats. Do any of them give half a hoot?
Hey, speak for yourself, mate. I'm the...
Oh, you think you're special or something? If you're here, then you're just a convict like the rest of us.
I don't...
Hey, how cool would it be if the whole world was destroyed by a giant flood and everyone had to start over from nothing?
What kind of filthy bilgewater are you spewing? Listen, things ain't so great on the surface, but who says that you have to leave? I've heard that you can still stay here and work even after you've served your sentence. Not bad if you ask me. Who wants to live in the ruddy overworld anyway?
And what makes you think they'd want to hire someone like you? It's one of the great mysteries of the universe.
Whoa. Sounds like they're really unhappy. Speaking of which, Paimon never heard anyone use the words overworld or underworld when we were living up there. Is it only something the inmates don't? That's true.
Так, погнали дальше.
There's a group of people over there. Let's go listen in.
So I said, that's not a faucet. Hey, who are you two? Why'd you come over all of a sudden?
Oh, sorry for eavesdropping. Sounds like you were talking about something private.
What's the matter? They're just looking at...
Hey, don't pretend like it's okay for them to just interrupt us like that. Yeah, fine. You're lucky we don't mind extroverts that much.
You hear that, Queez?
Your expressions tell me you're looking to hear some juicy info, am I right?
Really? Are we...
You're kidding. How often does anyone get a personal tour led by His Grace himself? Practically everyone was talking about it. Word has it.
A little mistake, huh? I like the way you put it. You see, people with a good attitude can...
Your group?
I'm Quisto, and this is Lavaroon. People usually call us the Bombshell Bros, but don't worry. We're not playing with bombs or anything. It's just that our information is always so explosive, and we blow minds on the regular.
So, you two really like...
No. You don't get it. Knowing intelligence will make things better for you here. For example, knowing who's working with who has the latest rumors, who's not getting along. Wouldn't you like to know all that? Whoa, all this info's worth something, you know?
I don't mind him. Quisto's always this way. Just play nice and say the welfare meals. Talk about the welfare meals.
Right. That meal we had yesterday was super delicious.
Is that so? To tell you the truth, I've been helping...
Oh, so you're the one who made those delicious...
You are correct. I am a true professional. Since you like my cooking, I guess that means we share similar tastes. Listen, kids. The power structure within the fortress is quite complicated. The overworlders couldn't care less about us down. You've already met the one person here you should never cross, the Duke, Risley. He knows more than you think. And if he doesn't care about something, then he often doesn't bother.
Those who have the Duke's attention get all kinds of special perks. Even better treatment in the infirmary.
I know who you mean. It's that Jurier character, right? I don't think there's anything useful about him at all. Why does he visit the infirmary practically every day? Is it normal for anyone to be going in and out of there so often? If you ask me, he's just...
But did you know that Jurier was a talented researcher from the Fontaine?
I don't care if he was a researcher that could turn dirt into Mora. Once you're in the Fortress of Meripede, you're just another inmate like everybody else. Speaking of which, the last time I saw him, he was passing by in the corridor with Lorvine. I also heard they started arguing in the library.
You mean he hit a woman? Wow.
But that Lorvine's also quite the odd one, you know? She's always gabbing away, got into a fight with a man, and
Wait a second.
Do you think could it be that they're secretly meeting there to go on dates?
After all, I do remember seeing Lorvine beat Jurier.
Мне интересно, мы вообще из тюряшки-то выйдем за эти 4 часа? Мне интересно, сколько еще контента в Фонтейне будет интересного. Всякого. Потому что Инадзуму мы за 10 часов битнули, ну там за 11. За 13 с лишним часов битнули Сумеру, а вот Фонтейн хз.
You over there? Yeah, you. Say, do you like playing card games? You know, like Genius Invocation TCG?
You TCG players are like mint in the wild.
Hey, come on now. What's wrong with finding fellow all right. No pressure.
But why would you be looking for people to play Genius Invocation in a place like this? Don't people usually come here to fight?
Whether you're throwing down cards or throwing punches, it's all a competition, isn't it? It's all the same in my eyes. There are lots of card players here in the fortress. When I saw you, I immediately thought, hey, even sure.
Great! Since you've been here longer than us, you need to flex.
I thought you would have already heard everything by now.
Why don't you pick? We'll let you know if we've heard.
All right. Have you heard any strange rumors since you've arrived? Ben, did you know that there are some people who are always... Yeah, so you've already met those two. They're quite a pair. I heard that they used to be a chef and a bartender before they were sent down here. You know how bartenders are.
Good to know.
Let me think. Sounds like you want to hear... Oh, did you know that the Duke was also...
Huh?
That's right. The Duke was an inmate just like you and me. Seems he was exiled here for committing some crime. Who to go from an ordinary inmate to becoming the manager of the whole place? I'm not gonna lie, I kinda respect that. A forbidden zone? Sounds like something that someone just made up.
It's just a rumor we've been hearing, but no worries if you've never...
Anything else? Not that I can think of, but I'll be sure to tell you anything interesting.
Okay, we've talked to just about everyone, and it's about time for us to go meet Linny.
Да, нам нужен теперь Линии. Ничего на одном уровне. Ну ладно. Придется бежать. А это внизу? А это еще ниже. Так. Это лифт вверх, значит, нам нужно оббежать. Вот. Так. Поехали. Сейчас будет, короче, прикольчик один. Лифт так долго едет. О, все. Короче. Ну чё, кто со мной выйдет? Давайте. Кто со мной на бой выйдет? Это так гарно, его. Еще один лифт надо. О, телепортер. Сейчас. Я разве не бывал на этом этаже? Видимо, я был, но у меня не было возможности сюда прийти. Давай, желтая полосочка, веди меня. Ура, мы на одной высоте.
Huh? That look in your eyes. You found something?
Hey, this is no time to be modest. Just...
Oh, as expected of the legendary duo, you have... Huh. I'd have never guessed that myself. He is a harbinger after all. I suppose, unfortunately, this isn't enough for our final report to Father.
Father told me that even though Master Child said he was just coming to Fontaine for a vacation, he actually had some personal reasons.
His escape route is already flooded, so we'll have to task someone with professional diving skills to check.
Well, when you put it that way, it's obvious that only Fremine.
Bingo! Is he around?
He's working today. Coming here as a group would have attracted too much attention. I'll talk to him about it later. It's the least I can do. We're all in this together, so honestly, I'm far more impressed by you guys.
Collecting information.
Now, let me think. To find out more information, and if he's to do that, he'll have to set out on the next pipe cleaning day at the earliest. That's 6 days from now. And after that, he'll probably take another 2 or 3 days to return.
You can even estimate how long it'll take for him to get back?
We've been working together for a long time. We know each other's capabilities like the backs of our hands. Traveler, what say you to meeting here 9 days from now? We'll be able to pick up Fremine while we're— Oh, and there's just one last— Though we can just sit back and wait for Fremine's report on Master Child's— Fremine's no master of disguise. Lynette's still working on getting intel from the other areas, and I'll need to spend some time helping—
What do you want us to do? Will it—
Well, I won't call it easy per se. Listen carefully. You'll need to find an excuse to get into the infirmary and investigate the— You've mentioned several sketchy-looking people always meeting at the infirmary earlier, so it probably has something to do with the secret we're hoping to uncover. Investigate the internal structure of the infirmary and any active dealings within, but also there's no need to take risks. Don't forget, safety always comes first. My apologies, I just started rambling out of habit.
But that's not a bad thing, right? All right, then we'll head out as—
Let's go our separate ways for now then. Don't forget, we meet—
Нас послали на неделю и 2 дня.
Hey, stay here for now, Paimon. There seem to be several people in—
Right. I feel like It's not impossible.
So, it's a bit hard to understand them from here. Someone, please help! He's...
Whoa, are you okay?
Oh my! What's wrong, little one? There's no need to panic. Take a deep breath before— The traveler started complaining of a stomachache, and then nausea, and then collapsed onto the— Freezing limbs, twitching fingers, and pale complexion? Let me take a look. Please, lie down over here. Don't worry, I'll get you to the bed safely. Here, hold on to my shoulder and walk slowly. You can do it, traveler! Don't apologize. You're sick after all. Now, please relax. I'm just going to do a preliminary checkup on you. My checkup has confirmed that he's not in any mortal danger. Eh? Oh, that— I'll continue my diagnosis of the patient now. Don't sense serious damage to your organs either. And here? Huh? But based on my initial checkup... what about here? Does this hurt? Oh, I think you just ate something that disagreed with you. That's all. Nothing too serious. So that's what it is? And there have been other inmates complaining about the food recently. Congratulations! The health risk is incredibly low, so you should recover within a couple days. Miss Levine, I'll have to trouble you to help me—
Very well.
And she hopped away, just like—
Hello. So how are you feeling now?
His stomach aches really bad. He was stumbling about the whole...
If Miss Sijuin says it's not a serious problem, then there's no need to worry. She's the best medic we've got down here.
But it also...
Well...
What do you mean, that's true? That's really misrepresenting the situation. Of course I can't speak for them. Though they may have committed crimes and gotten locked up here as a result, they still know a thing or two about medicine, and they help Miss Sijuin.
Yeah, you're right. But did you have to lecture me about it in front of another patient? Aren't you a patient too? Where did I...
That's correct.
Are you two...
We've been sick a while. I come back every once in a while for checkups, and to pick up the medicines. You could say she fancies herself as Miss Sijuin's capable helper because she learned...
Please watch your mouth, Mr. Jurier. Don't forget that you are the primary reason I have freak...
Hey, don't start arguing now! Please, keep it civil! Someday, so there's no need to argue over silly things like this!
But... Release. It's way too early for us to even think about that.
Please allow me to end this boring and useless conversation.
And same to you, Miss Lorvine. Anyway, that was more than enough rest for me, so I'm going to get out of this excessively noisy place. See you later, everyone.
He just slowly walked off? Like that?
I'm sorry you had to see all of that. I'm Lorvine, and that's... Well, his name is...
You really can't...
I mean, can you blame me? Who would like someone who's as arrogant and obsessed with weird research I'll accompany you two for a while. Miss Sijuin should be back soon, and no, it's nothing.
I'm back! Did you rest like you promised?
Thank you for getting our medicine, Miss Sijuin.
Did you all cooperate with your bed rest? I trust that nobody got up to walk around. Good. Here. Miss Lorvine, I left in a bit of a hurry just now. Do you still remember if we discussed the color? Yellow, huh? I understand.
All right, then I'll also be on my way now. I hope you feel better soon, too.
See ya! I'm going to fill out your medical record now. You're widely known as the Traveler, right? Those two made quite the commotion just now, so why don't we let the So his primary symptoms are Alright then. Is there anything we should know besides the... No, his base constitution is quite good, so I'm sure he'll recover quite quickly after taking the medicine. Please, make sure to stick to bland or less... Got it! Paimon will hold the Traveler to that... Oh, you're going to take a nap already? Okay then, you get some rest. We've been to lots of places together. He may look a bit under the weather now, but he's actually... So you're the best of companions. Ah, you're awake. How do you feel? You slept for a really long time, but we... Well, now you can go back without a worry in the world. Thank you, Miss Sijuin!
Вернитесь в бараке. Получается, короче, вот эта вот плитка, как будто она куда-то ведет. А, мы на одном этаже. Ну и какая лепота. Так. Ну, что-то угорают тут парни.
You really are something. To be able to fall asleep like that and even sleep talk the entire time, you scared No, but you kept mumbling things along the lines of, Pyron, don't take my grilled fish, and Paimon talked with Sijwin the entire time you were asleep. She seems like she's just a sincere nurse, and Paimon didn't... Whoa! You really are super thorough! All those tiny little suspicious things that Paimon didn't even pick up on!
Ура, мы проскипаем эти 9 дней.
Today's the day! Let's go meet up with Lenny!
Ура, нас даже сразу телепортировали в цех.
Did you two run into any trouble over the past few days?
No, we just worked our shifts according to the schedule.
That's good. That means you didn't We've taken a look at the slip you've sent. Fremine successfully left the grounds via the pipes 2 days ago, and as of last night, Lynette has also infiltrated the infirmary after...
Wait, why is she getting involved as...
You already went above and beyond when you scoped out the infirmary. To put it more blunt, infiltrating a guarded stronghold is a different kind of job from a one-off investigation. We want to avoid using the same faces over and over and reduce the amount of... Lynette also felt like you have already taken the first step for us, so she should...
So that's what Lynette thinks. Oh, Paimon hopes everything's
Perhaps that's true. You're both very good people, and we've come to appreciate that more than anyone else. Unfortunately, there's still one thing that You've mentioned before that you've had some run-ins with the Fatui. I can understand that feeling, so I assume you're just...
Well, everyone could use some more friends. We'll be counting on you to help us in the...
Since I see you as friends, then it's even more important for us to protect you from any peril. Fremine and Lynette feel the same way. Glad to hear it. Then, let's go check on Lynette before Fremine returns. If everything went well, then she should be wrapping up her investigation.
Is now really a good time?
According to my observations, Sijwin always spends around half an hour away from the infirmary right before lunch. Lynette knows this as well, so this should be a good time to meet up with her. Also, I'm her brother, remember? It's only natural for an older brother to care about...
Okay, then let's head over right away!
Незаметно проберитесь в лазарет. Ну, незаметно это... Я хз. Как это... просто прийти.
Lynette should be here right now. Huh. Strange.
As expected, Sijwin isn't here, but why isn't Lynette here?
No, Lynette rarely deviates from the plan. We agreed that if she were to make changes, unless...
Let's see if there are any clues.
Okay.
Let's go.
None of the beds have any signs of having been slept in.
That's the one Lynette must have used, right? You said she was pretending to...
she would have said her migraine was having a particularly bad flare-up. Generally speaking, the head nurse would then ask, which means either the head nurse didn't return the entire time from when Lynette lay.
There are some books here and a few files. Advanced nursing, how to raise the spirit of your patients. These sure are some interesting books. She even has books on understanding people.
Seems quite normal.
Ah, this is it. We saw.
Wait, this thing? It doesn't look... The space behind it is empty. From its size, I don't think it's an entrance that is... Could Lynette have tried to get inside? But if that's the case... Let's look around here for some more clues.
Hey, you guys, there's a slip of paper.
A slip of paper?
It's right over here, and there's a bunch written on it too. It reads, out of respect for your usual practices, I'll use a piece of paper or card as the medium.
This is...
Is that all? The back.
Show me! Now!
That look on your face. But would you care to guess where Miss Lynette of the Fatui could be right now? No. Could she have...
Wriothesley. Did he deliberately leave the infirmary unguarded to use it as...
Wait, you mean he was aware of our goals from the very beginning? But why? We didn't run into any trouble last time.
Yes, that is a crucial question. Wriothesley, he doesn't do anything without a clear goal or reason. So this means he had no concerns. You're not from the same camp as us. You were sent down here by Nervulet, so you have no conflict of interest with Wriothesley. We're a completely different story, though. I'd like to know that, too. Why did he only go after her? Don't panic, just think everything over. I have to stay calm. This is not like what happened. Wait, you're right. The fact that Fremine was able to leave the grounds...
But what does he gain by letting Fremine leave like that?
So he's challenging me and trying to provoke... We never should have sent out Fremine. We had to go through all that trouble to find an opening to sneak him around the guards and into the pipe, and if Wriothesley let him leave on purpose, then he's probably in a terrible...
Lenny's getting more and more panicked. We have to calm him down. Don't be like this, Lenny. Fremine wouldn't have left if we hadn't told you about Child. That was our...
No. I'm the leader of this operation, and I'm the one...
Hey, don't be reckless! Traveler, please...
I simply cannot allow Lynette to be abducted. I have to go.
He's rushed out the door! After him!
А ты что тут забыла? Собака сиджинская.
Right. I feel like we still have some room to make...
It's not impossible, but it'll require extensive testing.
Is that so? Huh?
Is someone?
Pack everything up. Whoever's outside is eavesdropping. Someone! Please help! He's sick!
Whoa, are you okay?
These two. As expected, what a delightful turn of events. I like smart people, but I also... Oh my! What's wrong, little one? They're... Being able to read human expressions is... Lenny! Wait!
Тихо, Лини, братишка. Стой, братишка, ты куда? Почему одеваться вообще? А, потому что он сюда убежал, походу. Лини, братишка, стой, все будет нормально. Бро, chill, бро, all good. Бро, нормально все.
Come out and...
Aren't we at an administrative office space? Why don't you at least...
What did you do to my
I ran into the young miss at the infirmary. I'd heard that she was suffering from quite the migraine, so I decided to invite her over for a cup of tea. I do...
Stop joking around! Where did you take my siblings?
I have also heard that your performances are quite the spectacle. Miss Lynette would sometimes... Maybe she'll appear behind you right now if you were to...
Is he trying to trick me into turning my head? No. He's probably not looking to attack me right now. All of the hostages are in his... You knew we were investigating the infirmary from the start. So you deliberately aroused the Traveler's suspicions and baited us into continuing our investigation, just so that you'd be able to kidnap Lynette. As for Fremine... No. You probably didn't even interfere with Child's escape. You let him go.
There was no need to do so. The Fortress of Meripede is a pretty pleasant place. Most people enjoy their lives here. The only ones who act differently are those with personal agendas. It was quite easy to identify your...
You removed our original members and spread the news of Child's escape so Father would assign our team to come down and investigate. Fremine has also fallen into your hands, right? If you're oh so omnipotent and so...
One correction. Lynette is in my hands right now, but Fremine is not.
He's not? What do you really want?
Winnie!
Oh, wonderful. Everyone is here, so I'll only need to say this once. Thank you so much for cooperating with me. Eager and to the point, I see. Alas, only Miss Lynette is currently having a cup of the fortress's finest. Although, as per your original plan, Mr. Fremine should also have returned to the fortress by now. But he has neither shown up within my...
Wait, you locked him outside in the...
I closed the fortress's gate to the...
Fremine's a star diver, so he...
No, we're still here, so he definitely tried to find a way to come back for...
But why would I do this, you may be asking? To have an audience with you, of course. My intel tells me that Mr. Linney is a great magician, so it's only natural for me to want to have some cards of my own. Besides, I do recall you mentioning to Miss Lynette that you've always wanted to have a face-to-face meeting with the Lord.
So, you've been keeping tabs.
Some of my folks just happened to hear a thing or two, that's all. In any case, I will be straight with you. I was willing to play dumb and turn a blind eye, so we had a pleasant few days playing. Mr. Linney, the cards are stacked against you right now. Miss Lynette is in my hands, and Mr. Fremine is still slowly being pickled out there in the brine. You know just as well as I that he cannot last out there for... You need do but one thing to guarantee their safety. I would like you to contact your superior, and ideally invite...
You want to see Father? But why...
Well, if she cares for the well-being of her dearest children, I've heard that the bonds between the members of the House of the Hearth are like the bonds of family.
Why did you think Father sent us to handle the Fortress of Meripede? This place is basically a no-man's land. It wouldn't be fitting for anyone as important as a harbinger like Father to...
Oh, I see. So it's because she doesn't care for my place here. That's such a shame. After all, I've amassed quite the tea collection. I was looking forward to sharing it with her.
Was this the extent of your master plan to get to Father? No matter how much pressure you may put on me...
You people really are difficult to get along with. All I'm asking for is a face-to-face conversation. Does she truly have no interest in the fort? Mr. Linney, you have one last chance to...
Winnie!
Instead of asking why I'm doing this, why don't you try to see things from my perspective for a second? From the very beginning, the Fatui has been actively infiltrating my fort. I gave you a warning by cutting off the first few operatives I found, but that only caused you to double down. Had you given up on the fortress then and there, I'd have no... Mr. Fremine left the fortress on his own, and Miss Lynette tried to pry out my secrets right in front of me. No matter how...
I shouldn't ask Father to do anything because of us.
6, 5...
Wait,
2. Time's up.
Risley!
Negotiations have broken down. Please leave, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for my afternoon tea.
Lenny, can you...
You do realize that I'm only letting you go because of Neuvillette, yes? You're here helping him out, but that doesn't mean you can just do whatever you want. The fortress may be small and remote, but it still has its own set of laws. Then how about this? Those who are capable deserve respect. I'll ask you 3 questions. Answer all of them correctly, and I'll... Question 1. Regarding the hidden rules of the production zone, what is the truth behind the one about not being allowed to work for 3 days in a row?
Да ну опять! Ага.
I've been told that the infirmary is always empty.
Нет.
The Fonta promoter has been struggling because he doesn't recognize the real value of...
Нет.
We often see Miss Sijwin observe...
Нет.
Fonta's internal reports suggest...
Нет.
The research notes said that the Melusine race perceives the world...
Нет.
According to Collins, the Pancration...
Тоже нет. А что тут? Так, еще раз. Что истинная причина запрета работать 3 дня подряд?
I've been told that the infirmary is always empty for the half hour just before...
А, вот,
I've been told that the infirmary...
Подожди, может,
The
другое.
Fonta promoter has been struggling because he doesn't recognize the... We often see Miss Sijwin observing the prisoners at work near the production zone. Fonta's internal reports suggest that they're starting a new trial of an unnamed and unpackaged product.
А кто увидит, что ты работаешь без
I've been
перерыва?
told that the infirmary...
Подожди.
The Fonta promoter has
Не,
been...
вот.
We often see Miss Sijwin observing the prisoners at work near the productions.
Вот. Сижвин. Почему странное мясо так выглядит?
Fonta's internal reports... The Fonta promoter has been struggling. I've been told that the infirmary is always empty. We often see Miss C...
Это уже только что было. И что, при каких обстоятельствах появляется странное мясо? И почему странное мясо так выглядит?
According to Collins, the Pancration tournament only took place because the Fonta company sponsored... I've been told that the infirmary is always empty for the half hour just before... The Fonta promoter has been struggling because he doesn't recognize the real value of coupons. We often see Miss Sijwin observing the...
Это не надо.
Fonta's internal reports suggest that they're starting a new trial of an unnamed and unpackaged product.
Может, это? И чё?
The research notes said that the Melusine race perceives the world very differently from humans. As a result, the Melusine... According to Collins, we often see Miss... The Fonta promoter has been struck... I've been told that the infirmary is always empty for the...
А вот это, я, кстати, не знаю, при каких обстоятельствах появляется странное мясо.
The Fonta promoter has been struggling because he doesn't recognize the real value of coupons. Meanwhile,
Это как будто не то.
The research notes said that the Melusine race perceives the world very differently from humans. As a result, the Melusines have also developed a... According to Collins, the Pancration tournament only took...
Ну... Да, я так и знал. Вот. А чё? Ага. Так. Почему странное мясо так выглядит?
I've
Еще
been
раз.
told that the infirmary is always empty for the half hour just before...
Это не то. Хотя, типа, что Сиджин? Не знаю.
According to Collins, the Pancration tournament only took... The Fonta promoter has been...
стоп!
The research
Подожди.
notes said that the Melusine race perceives the world...
Вот, потому что воспринимают что-то не так. При каких обстоятельствах появляется странное мясо?
Fonta's internal reports suggest that they're
Из-за вот этого? Ага. А из-за чего?
The Fonta promoter has been struggling.
Может, из-за
I've been told
Сиджвин?
that the infirmary...
Реально? Ладно.
So that's what's going on. The hidden rule of the production zone. people are not supposed to. At first, we thought this strange meat must have something to do with the people who. She often visits the production zone to observe the workers' health and makes out of her sense of duty as the head nurse, as well as her Sigewin has only the best intentions with her surprise. Unfortunately, Melusines as a race perceive the world differently from humans, and the recipients of her lovingly prepared special meals. Are we on the right track?
Not bad. You've uncovered Sigewin's secret and even guessed her Alright, now there are also some hidden rules in the Pancration Ring, including the one that you're not allowed to support both.
Так. Короче, почему... Так. Кто отправил посылку? Странная жидкость это крови. Почему посылку получают только те, кто одновременно купил билеты на победу боевых бойцов? Почему странная жидкость кровавого цвета так выглядит? Хорошо, это. Смотрим, что есть вот это.
According to Collins, the Pancration tournament only took place because the Fonta company sponsored it.
Еще раз.
The research note
Это
said
не надо, думаю, вот это
Fonta's
что.
internal report suggests that they're starting a new trial of an unnamed and...
Вот это, мне кажется, подходит, почему так выглядит. Это, может быть, вот
The
это.
Fonta promoter has been struggling because he doesn't recognize the real value of coupons.
И чё, почему... мне кажется, вот это сюда, а почему получают... Только те, кто голосует за обоих
I've been
бойцов.
told that the infirmary is always empty for the...
А это чё?
According to Collins, the Pancration tournament only took place because...
Так. О, мы одно угадали. С кайфом. Так, хорошо. Почему посылку получают... Где? Кто отправил посылку и почему посылку получают только те, кто одновременно купил билеты на победу обоих бойцов?
The research notes said that the Melusine race perceives the world very differently from humans.
Не то как будто.
The Fonta promoter has been struggling because he doesn't recognize the real value of coupons. Meanwhile, the Duke believes that only idiots who don't understand the value of...
Вот из-за этого... И что еще осталось?
We often see Miss Sigewin observing the prison. According to Collins, the
Вот так. Ура! С кайфом.
Paimon gets this rule too now. So they're really what? That hidden rule of the Pancration Ring is about how, people get scared when they see it because they've subconsciously begun to associate it, but really, it's just a bottle of the latest yet-to-be-named a blood-red drink. It's no wonder even Fonta's own staff were quite... The company, facing backlash from its own staff, decided to try to trial the product on a smaller scale. To see if they came to the fortress of Meropide and offered to sponsor the Pancration tournament so they could push their new product. But the Duke completely refused to even entertain the idea. The Duke, knowing how valuable coupons are in the fortress, knew that only total idiots who didn't understand their true value, and so only those who proved their stupidity by being dumb enough to bet on...
I acknowledge the effort you've put into bringing the truth of this mystery, although based on your description, that Fonta promoter is a bit too careless with his words. I may just reconsider. Alright, and here's the final question. What's the secret behind our head nurse and all of her patients in the infirmary?
Stop your cruel and pointless games, Risley! You know that we haven't finished our investigation, so there's no way we can answer the last question! The thought of sparing Lynette and Fremen... You'll pay for this! Ah!
Lenny, are you alright?
Oh, close one. I owe you, Sigewin.
It was nothing, Your Grace. Sigewin? Though this gun may look like a toy, it's actually fully functional, as I just...
Sigewin... You...
Not at all. I am merely a resident of the fortress, and thus protecting it is my duty. When Monsieur Nervillette asked me to come here, he told me that my job would be to take care of the well. But if you mean what you just said, then isn't Linny someone you should be looking after as well? Isn't he a resident here just like— But I really am just doing what Monsieur Nervulette told me to do. Everything I did, I've done to protect them. Had I not, His Grace knows it too, right? You're—
My dear Sigewinne, whatever shall I do with you?
Well, it's nearly time after all. The way you do things can be truly frustrating. What are you talking about?
Take me if you want.
How touching. Can you—
Don't be like that, Your Grace.
All right, everyone, calm down. 2 more. I'll go get a cup of tea. Miss Sigewinne, I leave Miss Lynette in your—
You.
I believe I hear footsteps.
Some space, please.
Miss
Кларинда.
Clarande. My door.
Fremine. Fremine.
What's going on? What is Clarande doing here?
Work.
I'm sorry about shooting you, Mr. Linney. The tranquilizing effect will begin to wear off soon.
What happened to Fremine? Wasn't he diving just outside of the fortress? Why is he looking like...
A flushed face, an accelerated pulse. He must have consumed please, make some space. I'll need to give Mr. Fremine a more thorough checkup.
I'll talk to Clarande while you get Fremine to where he needs to be. Everything else can wait.
Расспросите людей вокруг. Я знаю, что Линни скажет, примерно.
How is he?
These symptoms are probably caused by an acute ingestion of a large amount of primordial seawater. Of course, it would be best if he stayed for further observation. Let's leave him here for now. Sorry. I am aware that the infirmary may not be your favorite place in the world at the moment.
Why would he ingest a large amount of primordial seawater after leaving?
Please, look after Mr. Fremine for the moment. I'll go fetch some medicine and a respirator.
Where is she?
Oh, she just took a nap in an empty room after I tranquilized her. If my calculations are correct, she should also be waking up right around now.
Ну, охренеть.
What's that look on your face? I thought I made good time on the way back.
Oh, I'm just admiring your punctuality. Had you arrived just a few minutes later, Sigewinne may have been forced to shoot Mr. Linney again. How's the situation out there?
The water has changed. It's pretty much as expected. The concentration of primordial— I was only out there a short time, so it wasn't too bad. But if one were to stay for any significant—
Where was he when you found him?
The abandoned zone at the end of the pipes. A good distance into the water.
Closer than I thought. He must have recognized it early on and tried death.
Locking the door was necessary. I don't think we could have saved 2.
Well, I did try to convince him that I had my reasons.
It would probably work on Neuvillette. He has a knack for picking out who had good intentions, even when the outcomes were all
That's a bad sign if you're having to plead your case to Neuvillette. Want some tea?
Not particularly. If you want to drink some that badly, just say—
Fine, I'd like to get some tea.
Might as well then, I suppose. Actually, do you have a towel?
Linny, are you okay?
I'll be fine.
Are you sure?
My hands and feet are still a bit weak, but that's—
I'm back, everyone.
Lenny! Oh. Fremine?
He'll be fine. But for now, please help me lift him up.
His breathing's beginning to slow down.
Give me a hand and help me get him to the
Yeah, I'll take him from this side. Lynette?
On it. Traveler, you seem pretty worried about him. Want to come with us? The Duke and Clarande are gone. They probably went to get some tea. The Duke will explain the truth in just a bit. Miss...
Это, блин, я не знаю, как это комментировать. Во-первых, меня уже задолбала вот эта система судейства, я ее так бы назвал. То, что как ее назвать иначе. То, что надо вот эти все логические цепочки выстраивать и все такое. Но с другой стороны, это очень интересный интерактив. Поэтому я прощу их. Это на самом деле довольно интересная тема.
He's awake. Lenny. Lynette.
We're all here.
Where am I?
The infirmary, at the Fortress of Meripede, Mr. Fremine, and you are no longer in any danger. How do you feel? Don't push yourself if you're not feeling up to it.
Traveler. Paimon. It's been so long. The sea. There's something wrong with the seawater.
Shh, it's okay. We can talk about it after you've recovered.
No, listen to me. This is really serious. There's primordial seawater mixed into the regular seawater. I don't know why it's there, but no one should touch it. Pipes. Right, the pipes. It's all coming back to me now. I'm in. Seems like this pipe hasn't been used in a long time. It looks abandoned. Where could Master Child be?
Так. Могли бы нам просто рассказать, зачем нас заставлять играть за Фремина. Ну ладно, кстати, он у меня в этом есть. Ну, он у меня просто есть как персонаж. Ну ладно, будем играть в его воспоминания. Сейчас, секунду, пожалуйста. Так, вот 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 так. Вот так. Ай. Так, все, погнали. Ой, ё-моё, нифига себе. Ух. Можно развернуть, пожалуйста?
It's getting stuck on something. Seems like I'll have to avoid those obstacles while I turn it.
И еще раз. А! Так, чем мне его надо опустить? Сейчас повернуть и потом опять поднять. И вот теперь надо поднять. Продолжение активировано. Че, нам вниз надо? Где он тут нахлебаться успел? Ладно,
This is
вижу.
where the water starts. Okay. Master Child probably dived into the water. I'll go take a look as well.
Погнали дальше. А сейчас мы будем плавать, кстати, как раз. Так.
The vegetation here is a bit more sparse. These traces aren't natural. A person must have left them, and recently. I should be going in the right direction. There are traces here too. I need to keep going. Traces are gone, but I don't see where he could have gone from here. Wait, what the? My heart is racing, and it's getting harder and harder to breathe. No good. I have to get back. They still don't know anything about what's going on. If I turn back right now, I should still be able to make it. I can't die here. I have to push on.
Ты не такой, что ты длинный тоннель.
So, in other words, the trail you were following vanished, and you had no idea where Master Child could have gone, but there was also no obvious place for him to have disappeared to.
That's right. I tried my best to swim back, but I had already put some distance between myself and the fortress, and I just couldn't find the strength to keep going. I probably passed out some time after that.
Miss Clarand brought you back.
Miss Clarand, you say? I must go thank her in person.
You're still too weak for Monet. You can go after you— Miss Lynette is right. I believe Miss Cloran will stay here as a guest for another few days.
A guest? Then I can assume Risley was the one who invited her to come—
You should ask His Grace about that. He'll be able to explain better than— Yeah, it's about time he actually told us what's going on. Wanna come with us, Linny?
No, please go on without me. I don't want to—
Linny.
The logical part of my brain is aware that we're safe right now, but I still can't bring myself to leave. Both of you are just in danger.
Understood. In that case, I'll leave the infirmary to you. The Traveler and I are going to head out for now. As long as you stay in here, I don't think you'll be disturbed.
Thank you.
Так, отправились в кабинет герцога. А, это вниз надо? Я могу просто спрыгнуть. Блин, я мог просто тэпнуться к кабинету, ё-моё.
Excuse me?
I take it Mr. Fremonet's condition has stabilized?
Of course. I wouldn't have left the infirmary otherwise.
I've been expecting those two, but might I inquire as to the purpose of your visit, Miss Sigewinne?
I wanted to check up on Miss Cloran. How are you feeling?
Mostly fine, I think.
If you don't mind, I'd like to perform another quick physical exam. It'll just take a few minutes.
All right. Thank you for looking out for me. I'll take my leave for now, then.
Well, want to explain yourself, Risley?
Of course, but I'm not partial to the word choice of explain. How about enlighten? Where should I begin? How about you start by asking me any questions you have? You can start with whichever one you'd like to get answered the most.
Then Paimon will begin. Did you know about Lenny's goals from the very beginning?
No. I just knew they were Fatui operatives sent to the fortress by the Knave. As for their specific goal,
You managed to monitor and stay ahead of them even though you didn't know what they were trying—
they came here with ulterior motives. I'm quite adept at discerning what that kind of behavior is. Initially, I thought their goal was just to investigate Child's disappearance. Linny suggested that I had deliberately let him escape, but in truth, I didn't really do anything special to help or hinder him while he was here. Everything he did, from finding helpers to leaving this— Of course, it's inevitable that the Knave would make a big deal out of her fellow Harbinger's unexplained disappearance. I'm also quite curious about where that Harbinger went. So I figured I might as well let the Fatui do their own investigative—
So you were hoping Lenny's group would just do your—
You make it sound like that's a bad thing. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. I assume that Fremonet has told you the Forbidden Zone has always been Linny's target, and you got roped into that investigation after running into him. I began to intervene out of concern for your safety, and also to prevent the fortress from becoming entangled in more—
Are the rumors true? That you're also a former—
Why would you put it like that? Isn't staying here all day and serving as the manager of the fortress a kind of sentence unto itself? Another form of prison?
Oh, right. Paimon wanted to ask, who invited—
Me, of course. I paid her good mora to come down to the fortress for some field work. As a champion duelist, Miss Cloran could be considered to be an independent party. I needed to find an exceptionally capable person to help me get through the impending crisis.
And saving Fremine was part of that crisis?
You can think of it like that, yes. Credit where credit is due, that boy is quite adept at diving. Had conditions not been as hostile as they were, he probably would have found the missing Harbinger already. That's not something you should be asking after. Neuvillette only asked you to investigate Child's whereabouts. All I need to prove to you is that the Forbidden Zone had nothing to do with the Harbinger's disappearance. That should be clear now that you've spoken.
But we've already uncovered that there's something wrong with the infirmary, and we've answered a bunch of questions that
You make a compelling case.
Yeah, Paimon really...
Even if the truth may not be pleasant. Follow me.
There's a hidden door here? And a whole basement behind it? Huh. You're pretty good at hiding stuff, Risley.
It seems you've forgotten just what kind of play.
У него там что, дети в подвале? Ладно, шутки в сторону, мне очень интересно, что у него в подвале. Тут такого интересного.
Stand on the central plate.
Wait, is there a secret mechanism or... Whoa! So, this is the Forbidden Zone? Honestly, for a place so well hidden, Paimon, what a huge door!
There are 3 such isolation gates in total. Generally speaking, I'm the only one who's allowed to go inside. Am I correct to assume you're going to run on back and tell your...
Well,
Well, I'd advise you wait until...
Так, мне даже интересно, сможет ли он нас переубедить, соврать ли или нет. Посмотрим, сможет ли он нас переубедить в этом.
So there's a switch on the side!
Stand back.
Whoa! They all just went up one by one!
Go on, have a look.
Нифига тут музончик. Че тут, жандарматоны какие-то или куда? Нифига, тут часики.
I've been interested in what lies beyond that gate ever since I assumed leadership of the Fortress of Meripede. Of course, it would be unwise to recklessly open it. But it'd also be risky and negligent. The readings on that dashboard have not budged since the day when I first laid eyes on this place. But over the past year, the needle has crept upwards from its original position. Normally I would have ignored it, but I happened to have some free time when I noticed it, so I investigated. Any guesses what the reading could be tracking? Very reasonable guesses. I've considered both of those. The temperature should vary with weather and climate changes, so for something that rarely shifts, the water pressure is more likely. We ran a few tests to increase the pressure from the outside, but the readings didn't. Later on, a few more possibilities occurred to me, such as a potential connection with the primordial sea. I began to make... Over the past few days, the needle has moved again. With that, and the symptoms that Fremine displayed after leaving the fortress, I can now confidently conclude that the readings represent the concentration
of... primordial seawater?
And that is precisely the problem. We're at the bottom of the sea, and now we're surrounded by toxic seawater. Somehow, primordial seawater got mixed in, and the concentration is steadily rising. Yes, that's very likely.
But forget about the two of us! Not even Neuvillette knows where the... Oh.
Seems like you've figured it out. I believe the primordial sea lies directly beneath this sluice gate. For some reason, the primordial seawater levels have risen significantly. The indicators are now red. Although the gate still stands, some primordial seawater has already leaked out and mixed into the sea around us. If this continues, soon it will no longer be able to hold back the primordial sea at all. Yeah, you know what the legends say. If this place falls, then everyone in Fontaine will be turned into puddles.
But that's just too weird! Why would the Fortress of Meripede be built right above a sluice gate for the primordial sea?
Your expression tells me you think this might be part of a vast, complicated conspiracy. To be honest, you might find it's just that the secret of the Forbidden Zone had been long forgotten by the nation before I rediscovered it with my research. There's no single founder of the Fortress of Meripede in any traditional sense. What we know about its history has been left to us by the people who used to live here. When the previous Hydro Archon Egeria ruled the land, all convicted criminals from Fontaine were exiled. The people drove the criminals away like a wolf pack chasing away the banished. The criminals received no sympathy of any kind from the people. They were exiled to the desolate seaside, where they experienced only pain, struggle, and the bone-chilling cold. Some of them began to repent, and prayed to the Hydro Archon, asking if there was still anything they could do. The Hydro Archon took pity on them, and said, "You may go guard my secret, deep underneath the waves." And so, leaning on the power of the Hydro Archon, they gathered underneath the sea and began to build a fortress. As the number of exiles increased, more and more people joined the community. When the first group of exiles died, they left the Hydro Archon continued to lend her support, allowing the fortress and what it stood for to continue growing ever larger. Before long, this dark and with that, the people here stopped referring to the fortress as a prison. They saw themselves as repenting sinners who would but as time went on, people also realized that the fortress was a lonely place. Once they had finished serving their sentences, some people left and some others chose to stay. They'd find some idle position and let their withered souls fade away with the ancient secrets of the past. After many, many centuries, few people still remember the reason for the fortress's founding. Now they just see it as an integral pillar of Fontainian society, as the place where criminals deserve to be sent. Now and again, researchers manage to break one law or another and live out their days in the fortress. I learned all this from an elderly historian. Everyone else just thought he'd made it all up.
But now you know every part of that history.
Indeed. It's just as the prophecy says. If this gate, to be frank, not really. Prophecies are troublesome things. Just hearing one will create the first wave of panic. Seeing signs of it will bring about the second, and actually witnessing it in real time, the third. Let's go somewhere else.
Это уже выглядит интересно довольно-таки. Я бы сказал, очень интересно.
This is it.
Your Grace, perfect timing. The results from our last round of
Wait, Jurier, he's not alone!
Huh?
No need to panic, you two. I've already told—
What? After you warned us—
I'm skeptical as well.
The results speak for themselves, don't they? These two may already know more than you could ever imagine.
All right then, if Your Grace insists.
They seem harmless enough, so I'll trust them for now.
How about some reintroductions? This is Jurier, one of the highest-ranked researchers from the Fontaine Research Institute. He used to work under Edwin. I trust that you've heard of Edwin?
He's the one who blew the whole institute sky high. Everyone knew he was a bit crooked in the head, but you're not a local, so I guess it's—
Edwin's main areas of research were archaeum and gravimeters. As his assistant, Jurier is quite familiar with them as well.
You want to—
What a lovely idea.
Gotta admit—
Guys, focus! Focus!
That taskmaster over there is Miss Lorvine, and is also one of my technical consultants. While Jurier used to be Edwin's assistant—
Ooh, are they together?
See, everyone keeps asking this question. Are you too sure you're not a couple and just—
Your Grace!
If I dated her, I'd officially be mad.
Jeez, forget it. Follow me.
Whoa, there's another door that goes right up.
Your constant amazement makes it seem like the fortress can do anything.
But Paimon really thinks everything's super cool.
Well, let's spice it up a bit. And here you go.
What a huge ship? This is also a production zone that Paimon's never seen before. What's going on?
Стоп, а это разве не Нави вот этот вот городок, типа? Это же очень похоже. Я бы даже сказал почти что один в один.
How much do you know about Fontanian history? Well, then maybe you haven't heard the story of ancient Lemuria. According to legend, the Lemurian king Remus came to this land after being inspired by divine revelation and found the seer Sibila, who had taken on the form of a golden bee. Taking the golden bee with him and riding on a huge ship, he called his nation Lemuria and used the Fortuna to incessantly search for new...
There's a ship in this story too?
Where there's water, there'll be ships. People believe that hope can...
Do you believe that?
To a point, I think. As you've already seen, I have a whole factory's worth of labor, materials, and technology at my disposal. So the moment I began to speculate that the primordial sea might lie underneath the gate...
Were you inspired by the legendary Fortuna?
Maybe. Fontanians need something to hold on to cope with the impending disaster. Were the workers to find out the truth behind this ship, riots would destroy the fortress faster than any catastrophe. As the fortress's administrator, I'd never make such a reckless call. Alright, that's enough talking for now. I'll need another 3 cups of tea to soothe my throat. Do you have any other... Seems like you're good.
Довольно интересно. Интересно.
I'll leave you here for now.
Oh!
No worries. But don't forget, it's up to you whether or not you want to share what you just saw. What you do from here on out...
Yeah, we'll put a lot of thought into it for sure.
Great. I look forward to what happens next.
Нам сейчас надо рассказать все линии так, чтобы он не пошел устраивать Третью мировую.
Welcome back.
How can you be so much like Risley?
Huh. Actually, while I was sedated, I could still barely hear 2 people talking next to me.
Must have been Risley and Sijwin.
Yeah, I heard 1 male voice and 1 female, so...
So, Traveler, Paimon, were you able to learn?
Yeah, he explained everything.
Very well. Then, would you mind checking your answers against my speculations? Yeah, I took the time to rest.
Nobody else is around, and Miss Sijwin is also busy with some...
All right, then I'll posit my theories. I asked myself 3. Firstly, why was Fremine affected by the primordial seawater? It was because he dove into the sea. My theory...
Whoa!
That's our Lenny.
Secondly, Risley's attitude changed dramatically during the course of our stay here. He ignored us completely. I spent quite a long time thinking about this. If he has been monitoring the Fatui since the very beginning, he probably ignored us. What's more, the Fortress of Meripede is not part of Fontaine's court system, nor does it report to Udex Nervulet. Risley is basically the king of a no-man's land. As long as the fortress doesn't do anything about Master Child's disappearance, Father can use it to pressure the Fontaine authorities. And while the 2 factions are pitted against each other, if I had to guess, he probably has something that he's working on himself. It's likely related to the
You're super smart!
Thanks so much. If Risley does have a plan, what could it be? All I know for now is that his plan probably has something to do with the changing nature of the seawater. That can't be the full extent of what he's doing. There's probably a secret passageway behind the block in the infirmary, and there's something big in the fortress that most people here never get to see. He has a bark. I don't have enough information, so I have no idea what his chip might...
The sea will engulf everyone.
Could Risley have wanted to meet Father to figure out a way to deal with his If you remember, I once mentioned that Father sees the House of the Hearth as her base of operations.
Or perhaps he didn't know, and just wanted to bring Father over to his side? Which could be why he said he just wanted to negotiate.
Yeah, That makes sense to me. I understand your concerns as well, Traveler. I'll figure out a way to pass this on to... The two of you have already aided us far too much. We probably wouldn't be standing... If you ever need anything else going forward, please come to the house. Though you may not share the sentiment, after all that we've gone through together...
You have my gratitude.
Thank you for protecting Linny when it really mattered. And thank you for sharing the secrets of the fortress with us. We didn't think you were going to do it.
Why are you being so formal all of a sudden?
Given your strength, you might not need our help at all. But if you are ever in danger, we will try our best to protect...
Aww, the sound... Paimon's hungry.
Oh, you've done so much already. Go get some food.
ГГшка такое лицо сделал, типа, блин, ну как всегда. И вообще.
Then we'll catch you guys another time.
Ура! Мы, короче... Ага, а нам случаем... надо вот сюда это написать. А когда нас уж отсюда выбросят? По факту мы узнали, что нам надо. Поэтому мы можем отсюда ливать.
It's time for dinner. Welfare meals now. Come on, let's go pick up ours as well. Traveler and Paimon, over here. Are you here for dinner too, Miss? And I'm taking the opportunity. You're right. What would you like to eat? Yep, you can. I've already talked to our chef, Mr. Walsey. It's all on me today, so you can get whatever you'd like. Me too! Don't forget Paimon! No problem. So delicious. Is this how it feels to be freeloaders? Wait a second. Feeling full yet? How's the food? Delicious. I'm so glad to see you all so happy. Oh, see, the expression on your face just now. The muscle here, Sijween, do you do this to help your patients or to better understand human beings? A bit of both, I suppose. I'm a Melazine, which means I'm very different from human beings. I must know what you're thinking if I want. You're really good at taking care of people. Really? You're reminded of an older sister? Oh, and what did you mean back in Risley's office? When you said that you... Oh, that. I just asked His Grace to look out for those children, especially that diver boy. I was getting a bit worried. Thankfully, Glorand is very strong and managed to save him in the nick of... Although the path was blocked, we still stationed some guards there to stop anyone from approaching. They were instructed to only... Oh, and I was keeping an eye on Mr. Linney as well. We had to press him, but we couldn't allow him to be in any real danger. You were all super It's just what we do down here at the fortress. At least this has been His Grace's style for as long as he's been the leader. Oh... I really wish Monsieur Nervila would come down here more often, too. Get a good night's rest, you two.
Возвращайтесь в бараки для отдыха. Мне вот серьезно, чего вот это за зона? Здесь не было ни разу. Я хочу туда сходить. Я могу вообще? Типа... Это вот та самая же канализация получается. И, кстати, вот здесь есть чик... это другая локация. Ладно, значит, мне сюда нет смысла идти. Ну, в канализацию эту.
much has happened. Paimon just feels absolutely exhausted now that she's finally relaxed. Paimon's super sleepy. Are you sleepy too? Delicious. Paimon wants seconds for free.
Out of my way! Get out of what happened? Why is everyone running? No idea, but something must have happened. Stop asking!
Who's...
Неужто потоп? Вы что, реально потоп? Так, тут тревога вообще-то.
What happened? Why is everyone running around? Hey! What are you doing?
No time to explain, mate. Goodbye!
Hey! What? What's wrong with these people? They were...
They're here! Yeah! There you are!
Oh, thank goodness!
Quisto and Lavaroon, do you know what happened here?
We came here especially to inform you. Something seems to have gone terribly wrong just now. His Grace is telling everyone to evacuate and get out of here. Lavaroon was saying you two are new here and you don't have many friends, so you might slip through the cracks. Haven't you heard all the stories like that? An evacuation is successfully completed, yet you only find out once you do a head count that 1 or 2 people are missing.
Wait, weren't you the one who brought that up?
Hey, shut up!
Okay, whatever. The point is, you should come with us. Yeah, he said to get as far away as possible. Upward.
Oh no, it can't be that thing!
Whoa, wait, what? What? Hey!
We have to go find the Duke! You two just go and get out! Go on without us!
Hey, hey! Be careful!
Attention! Please evacuate upwards and outwards, upwards and outwards. If you're already at the topmost layer, then try to move as far outwards as possible.
They're here.
Just like I said.
We have it!
You're just in time. But be ready to run. Three, 2, 1.
This won't hold it for long. Find Neuvillette. Tell him the defenses are about to collapse.
Then what will happen to you?
Until he arrives, we're the last line of defense. The gate. How long do you think it'll hold?
That depends on us.
Как он, блин, пролетел под дверью. Это было очень круто.
Novelette, why are you here?
Traveler, I need you to head to the Opera House immediately. Farina will soon be meeting with the knave there. You must protect Farina, and make sure she doesn't spend too much time alone with her. Will do. You have...
Так, отправить в оперный театр. Тут, ура, кстати, мы наконец-то наверху. Я только сейчас это понял. Мы наверху. Так. Тут фатуевцы.
There are a ton of Fatilian Palais Mermonia people over there. Are you two the traveler in Paimon? Though I'm sure he's already explained, this should be a mostly cordial conversation, unlikely to give rise to violence.
Арлекино. Тут Арлекино.
Oh, so you two are the honored guests Miss Farina mentioned.
Of course, of course. How could they not attend a meeting such as this? I must always have 2 or more guests at my dessert table. Otherwise, the occasion would be too lonely and unbecoming of my station.
It is my pleasure to make your acquaintance, traveler. I have heard much of your accomplishments. I am the knave.
I've already prepared seats for you. Come, sit beside me.
Perhaps you two are unaware of how Miss Farina and I do things. You see, we actually recently agreed to see this. This is a limited type of confectionery that Miss Farina simply adores. There are only 16 slices sold every day.
Traveler, what do you think of this cake?
That's good to hear. So what Child said was on the mark after all. You do share a taste in dessert. I wonder how he's doing nowadays. You must have heard, right? He's suddenly gone missing. I'm really worried about his safety, you know.
Since we're talking about him, I feel like I should...
Oh, so you're also familiar with his aptitude for fighting, Miss Farina. Oh, right. I almost forgot. Child, against ordinary people, my colleague would never be on the back foot. But alas, he just never imagined. Coming from you, that's not surprising at all.
But I thought you would be happier to hear the news.
Of course, but it's still a bit of a shame. You see, I would have been far happier had I received this news somewhat earlier.
Well, in any case, there's no need to worry.
Oh, and...
Because...
And where did he go after...
What?
The fortress of Meripede lies deep beneath the waves. Unless he pranced right out of the main gate, he must have had to swim for it. Ah, that is good news at least. His sister Tonya sent a letter to Fontaine not too long ago. Do you have any idea how he usually writes back to his family? Dear Tonya, your letter made me feel like we were still enjoying our time in Snezhnaya together. I'm currently admiring the scenery on the streets and
Oh All letters tend to follow the same few formats anyway, right? As long as the contents... Hold on.
I suppose this is also a sign of things.
Huh? I don't...
Have we entered into the next stage of the
My thanks to you both. I will take it from here.
Sure you don't need a hand?
Quite sure.
Wow. So, what's your secret, huh? Let me guess. Nah, who knows? Maybe it's just your sense of responsibility.
Sounds about right.
Day may come when the prophecy is fulfilled, and the waters burst forth. But it is not this day! This ancient power could easily obliterate an entire race. A tsunami of fury would unleash endless catastrophe. This sentence is too severe. Forgive me for overruling it.
Это была очень тоже сильная сцена, как и много до этого.
All right. Seems like the problem inside has been suppressed.
Let me guess, we're safe.
Indeed. But only for now.
I win this bet.
Very well. It wasn't...
You made a bet?
We made a bet on the size of your entourage. Cloran thought you wouldn't come down by yourself.
I figured you would have at least brought a few people along for appearance's sake.
Shouldn't you have gotten used to confidential missions by now?
So what gift must the loser give?
He already has
That wouldn't happen to be a dig at my lack of legal awareness, would it?
Well, I'm sure His Grace doesn't consider the fortress to be outside the law.
I was under the impression the residents of a place like this would be uninterested in the legal codices.
That was obviously a joke. Anyway, you've still got some unfinished business to attend to in the
No need to stay here if you have a pressing matter. We all know you can't leave Palais Mermonia for long.
Thank you. I hope everything went smoothly with the Fatui Harbinger.
Он про Арлекино получается. А мы с ней базарим тут.
I must say, we've spent long enough playing Miss Farina. As the Hydro Archon, I am sure you understand the exact meaning of the phenomenon we just witnessed. Or should I say, that's what I originally...
What are you trying to say?
At this point, I don't think there's any more need to speak as diplomatic representatives. Allow me to speak to you now as just a Fontanian. You know the prophecy by heart, and also that every part of it is being proven true. Yet, here you are, relaxing, drinking tea, and eating desserts as if it's all nothing more than a few stray bugs in your garden. Do you really think that's acceptable? The prophecy's hanging above our necks like a guillotine. Every faction is looking for a way to either avert the disaster or save their own. Even the orphans of the House of the Hearth, but you? It beggars belief just how nonchalant and carefree you have been.
You're wrong. I've never ignored the prophecy, nor have I just been passing the time in self-indulgence.
I am not alone in my doubts, you know. All the children of Fontaine may be harbor. Oh, great Hydro Archon. How are you going to save them? Save us? How are the people you've sworn to protect supposed to survive?
I have my ways, and I've been working on them for all this time. Even if you look down upon me, you have no right to judge me. Fontaine will be saved. Even if I still cannot see the true future right now, as long as I continue on as I am, I will be able to hold my head up high!
Then I ask you, Miss Farina, just what have you been working on? Where can we...
My machinations are just like the prophecy itself. They will only reveal themselves at the fated time. It is just that beings like yourselves are unable to perceive them as of yet.
I see. As a god, the proof of your labor always lies beyond prying mortal eyes. Allow me to be so bold as to ask another way. Would it be possible for you to tell us the parts of your plan that are not confidential? Such as your emergency response plan for the impending disaster? Oh, that look in your eye.
The emergency response.
Then allow me to jog your memory. Miss Farina, what is the purpose of your Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal? And what do you plan to do with the massive amounts of indemnitium that has accumulated over the year?
The Oratrice? It's just like it appears to be.
So you also have no idea. If I'm not mistaken, someone's using it to prepare for something. But unfortunately, I first caught wind of this when Linny tried to investigate the Oratrice in the Opera House. You see, even if that had nothing to do with you, then what could you possibly be working on, oh great Hydro Archon? Oh, right. I almost forgot. Udex Nouvillette is not at the tea party with us today. Miss Farina.
Yes, that's exactly right.
Of course I will. Although, I must say, Miss Farina, you seem quite insecure without... Oh, very well. Let's stop that conversation here. There are still a few slices of cake left. Traveler, I heard that you were recently commissioned to handle a few matters on behalf of the Udex. Why don't you take an extra slice? You too, Paimon.
Thank you. Paimon will take you up on that offer. Oh, Paimon's super full. That cake was great. If it's on my tea table,
You're welcome. I'm sure the cake also felt greatly honored to be featured at Miss Farina's table. And I was merely catering to Miss Farina's tastes, seeking a chance to chat. It is getting late. Why don't we call it a day?
Very well. We'll end it here.
Mind seeing me off, Traveler? We could use the opportunity to discuss child.
Paimon's coming too!
Следуйте за слугой к выходу. Я очень хочу наедине поговорить с Фуриной на самом деле. Я хочу, чтобы она просто открылась как персонаж. Потому что мы явно понимаем то, что она ни хрена не делает для города, и она это осознает, но при этом она все равно ничего не делает. Я просто жду этого момента, добавили типа разработчики откровенного диалога с Фуриной, чтобы она высказала то, что типа да, она никчемна, она не знает, что делать, чтобы мы ее там подбодрили как-то, чтобы она хоть народу высказалась о переживаниях, что-нибудь начала предпринимать.
I'm glad that you were willing to come with me. Of course, child was just an excuse. I have no interest in your dealings with him.
That's what Paimon thought.
You lent your aid to the children of the House of the Hearth. As their father, do I look like an irresponsible father to you? The House of the Hearth is very important, that was all. Formal topics should be discussed in formal settings, and informal topics in informal settings. I know you just returned from the fortress of Meripede. Relax. I have no intention of trying to get anything out of you.
They've all been working very hard and have always done all they can to fight back against
You mean Ridesley. He's a tricky one to deal with. It's unfortunate that Linny's so eager to prove. By the way, and you can just consider this a bit of idle. You are outside of our disputes, and the freest person in all of Fontaine, able to.
And that's everything that happened during the trial. Master Child was declared guilty and immediately transported to the Fortress of Meripede.
Didn't he say he was coming here on vacation? Does he not feel an ounce of shame for all the trouble he has caused? Forget it. He did give us an opportunity. I will be meeting someone short.
Do you require help with any
No need. I need to meet with Farina, the Hydro Archon. She is at the heart of Fontaine. But what's fascinating about her—
Oh? Come over here, you little critter, you! You dare to run from me? Stop!
My goal is just to discover the location of the Gnosis. But I didn't expect the chance to approach Farina to be handed to me on a silver platter. Anything left unguarded is usually just bait. But no one will blame someone for taking the bait. After all, it's just as I guessed in the second before I struck. In fact, this Archon doesn't seem like a god at all.
Who are you?
The fear in her pupils is genuine, so perhaps she's not bait after all. Either way, targeting her has lost. I left the scene with ease. Nobody came looking for me, and nobody could serve as a witness to my near assassination of Focalor. I suspect even Farina dares. Not long after, my informants confirmed what I had guessed. After returning to her quarters, Farina quietly cried. There's no doubt that there's something wrong with her. I began to entertain the possibility that she is not the true Hydro Archon. Perhaps Iudex Neuvillette is actually the genuine article.
Кстати, нифиговая теория, я замечу. Неувиллет как будто... Вот если сравнивать Фарину и Неувиллета, в плане управления, Неувиллет как будто реально больше бы походил на Архонта, чем Фурина. Как будто это какой-то сговор специально, чтобы сыграть этим. На этом мои теории закончены.
I have to find the Gnosis. If the Neuvillette hypothesis is correct, he is probably in possession of it.
Yes, Father.
My dear children.
News from the Fortress of Meripede. Master Child has gone missing. On top of that, the contacts and guards we bribed at the fortress have all gone quiet.
Probably the handiwork of that Ridesley.
I'm afraid so.
This is a good opportunity. The value of a Harbinger is much higher than most would imagine. We now have an excuse to exert diplomatic pressure on the Fontaine authorities. Set up a meeting for me. I would like to meet the Hydro Archon and Iudex Neuvillette. Oh, and I have an addition.
Yes, Father.
Tartaglia's disappearance was not a part of my plan, but I can use it to make a breakthrough. With this as my excuse, I can ask. The initiative belongs to the House of the Hearth. My wish to investigate the Fortress of Meripede will be a front. You should know the rest. Lenny's group is quite close to you, so they wouldn't have hidden anything from you. It wouldn't mean anything, even if you shouted it from the rooftops. I've now had 2 chances to enjoy tea with Farina. I have to say, the leadership of Fontaine is even more inscrutable than I had imagined. I once surmised that Iudex Neuvillette must be the Hydro Archon. I am a servant of Her Majesty the Tsaritsa. Over my years of service, I've learned how a real Archon conducts and carries themselves. Whether Iudex Neuvillette or Farina, neither fits the bill. It's hard to imagine either of them as the Archon. Of course, that is all just how I feel. It is, however, quite amusing to me that after all my years working in intelligence gathering, I've come to realize I am at a complete loss regarding the identity of the god of the land of my... Don't you think Fontaine is quite intriguing? A catastrophe looms, yet many secrets have yet to rise to the surface. It looks like Fontainians will have no choice but to save them. Ultimately, though, one must survive in order to do anything else. You don't need to commit to anything right now, of course. I have a feeling that the situation will continue to evolve, and as your name is often connected with noble deeds, I'm sure we will work together someday.
Блин, кстати, поработать с кем-то из предвестников Фатурии? Это звучит очень интересно. Если действительно в будущем будет такой интерактив, то что мы, допустим, с Арлекино будем работать, мое почтение будет Хуёверсу.
He certainly returned quickly.
Nevertheless,
For now, yes. But this issue will prove quite thorny in the long term. I'm concerned that sooner or later... Thank you for protecting Farina. To put it simply, I used my power to force back the primordial sea and So as expected, the knave has turned up the pressure on Farina. She's trying to feed permission granted.
whoa. It can't be that you're the real Hydro Archon, right? You can't tell us? Then that's okay.
If by the phrase, you guys, you are referring to Farina and I, then although I'm not sure just what you are trying to imply, I must clarify that I do not share her positions on a multitude of topics. I believe so. The fortress has a long and complex history. It has seen much grief and suffering. And now, another catastrophe will soon be upon us. I mourn this turn of events.
Huh? Why is it raining all of a sudden?
You may be closer to the truth than you think.
Oh? And what are you thinking?
Да ну, кстати, блин. Капец.
The dragon of... what? Huh?
Please do not. My apologies.
We were just guessing randomly. We didn't guess right, did we? You're not actually the dragon sovereign of water, right?
You guessed correctly. I sincerely hope you'll be able to keep this a secret for me.
Right, of course. There's still...
Please, go.
Well, if you are the dragon sovereign of water, and you were able to force back the primordial sea, then since Fontaine's prophecy is all about seawater, couldn't you just use...
None of the currently living dragon sovereigns in the world, myself included, possess our full dragonhood. They say that when the first usurper arrived on Tivat, they seized a part of the dragon's power. Today, that stolen power is the basis of the Archon's authorities.
There are 7 elemental archons and 7 matching dragon sovereigns.
The dragon sovereign of water who lived through that era perished a long time ago. As their successor, I know far less of that part of our ancient history. In any case, I believe I will not be able to do much, given the status quo, however.
Oh, so even...
I still have some urgent matters to attend to at my office. If you have any more questions regarding ancient...
please go right ahead. There's a place that Paimon wants to go too. We'll see you another time.
Take care.
Это была довольно интересная глава. Воу-воу-воу-воу-воу-воу-воу-воу. Мы к Нави сейчас, походу, пойдем, кстати, ребят. Мы сейчас, походу, к Нави пойдем. Ну-ка. Это мне уже интересинг. Причем мы пойдем не просто к Нави, а мы пойдем к... не, я думал, мы к Нави пойдем, мы пойдем... А мы пойдем... в Мерапид. Так. Да, я хочу в первую очередь сходить к главе. К Ризли хочу сходить. Для меня на Ризли сейчас самый интересный диалог будет. Ну-ка, ну-ка, ну-ка. Так, стоп, в смысле? Я же вошел в дверь. Или мне типа нельзя? Так, ладно. Пойдем по порядку, значит.
You guys are back?
You guys didn't get caught and thrown back to...
And here I thought you'd managed to escape from jail during all the commotion. I'd held you up as legend.
All right. There's no need to get caught up in the details. We're just
Hey, it wasn't just me. Weren't you super worried as...
I was also transferred to work in the kitchen a few days ago. I can still hear whenever he'd say that. I'd tell him I'm sure they're fine. Wherever they are, they're kicking back with drinks in hand, enjoying the lovely scenery.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with worried about your prison pals. Is there? I mean, considering how they always love listening to all my gossip.
These two. They sure are a lot warmer and friendlier than when Paimon first met them.
Oh, well, if you say so. I'll be watching you to make sure you finish every last bite.
Так, с этими поболтали. Блин, а чё, мне реально пока нельзя к нему? Ладно, давайте в столовку пойдем. Вот, к Сиджвин пойдем.
Sijwin! Traveler! Paimon! Are you still doing alright? Did either of you... We're fine, but what about you guys? A few people sustained superficial injuries, but that's about the extent of the damage. Monsieur Nervulette paid us a visit. Of course, we must... how did Nervulette know that he was neat? Well, Monsieur Nervulette has strong resonance with the hydro element. I ran into the bombshell bros while If you're not too pressed for time, just let me know if you get a craving for any particular dish. I'd like to take the opportunity to spend some more time observing your facial muscles as well.
Так, теперь надо наверх. А это надо вот так. Погнали. К мистеру Ризли пойдем позже. Мы сейчас в барак, я так понял, идем. Ну, в лазарет. Нет, да, мы в лазарет идем.
Now guess, what suit will this next card be?
A bare-teethed cat?
Well, look who it is.
Traveler, Paimon.
Looks like you're recovering nicely.
Thanks to... Oh, right.
Whoa, how did she...
She told me that it was nothing. It was as if...
She didn't want to stress you out, that's all. She's right, and it's best not to dwell on it.
Yeah.
Okay, but check this out. We went back to the opera house.
You meant father?
She said a few things that were, a bit hard to understand.
Her attitude towards you is even better than what we'd imagined. That's fantastic. You should believe her. She has her own way of doing things, and she'll do everything in her power to help those she considers close.
Father is very capable, and also...
Oh, Paimon just remembered that she thought Lenny was a bit too proud as well. She said that you should learn how to rely on others sometime.
Got it.
Huh. That does sound like something that father would say.
Hey!
Are you going to stay here for the...
Looks like it, yeah.
Excellent. I will host...
For real? Then Paimon...
Another implies that you were already served some delicious cake. Well, next time, you're going to have tea and...
Так, и остался только Ризли. Ну погнали к Ризли. Мне даже жуть интересно с ним поговорить. Ня-ня-ня-ня-ня-ня. Так, о, ура, все, можно с Ризли поговорить. А, не, мы не с Ризли, блин, ну ладно.
Courier, Miss Sijween told me you still haven't eaten.
Yeah, I was working on something, so I forgot.
That's no excuse for... Huh? It's you two.
Courier, Lurvine, we're back!
Hello there. It's been quite the mess here recently. How have you been?
And you? Are you still taking the secret passageway from the infirmary to work on the ship?
Yep. That is still top secret, though. So don't say a word to anyone.
It can be a bit annoying when there are lots of people in the infirmary, but I still prefer taking that route over the one from the Duke's office.
I mean, the infirmary does make it easier for you to slack off.
Oh yeah? Then why are you also here so much?
You two really are just using your jobs as a cover for your relationship, aren't you?
Not at all!
О, все, вот теперь с Ризли. Это надо вниз, да? А, не надо наверх? А, надо в его кабинет зайти, понял. Мы, по-моему, не были в его кабинете. О, нифига, у него тут красивенько. Привет, Ризли.
Do my eyes deceive me, or did I just see two inmates come back after making it to the surface? Some strange winds blowing of late.
We wanted to see how the fortress is doing. Is everything still alright?
We're fine, for the most part. Neuvillette came down and took care of the worst of it.
If that's the case, why don't you just ask him to stay here?
Oh, yeah, what a brilliant plan. Let's go convince the Udex himself to exchange the Courts of Fontaine for a puddle of water in the middle of nowhere. He came here in a hurry and left without even stopping for a cup of tea. He did remember to take Miss Sijween's gift with him, though.
He sure sounds super busy.
Miss Cloran has left as well.
Were the gifts milk?
Neuvillette got the milkshake. Well, it's Neuvillette's own fault for making Sijween worried about his health by working so much. But besides that, our head nurse is still pretty fond of picking out beauty products for the ladies. Oh, and I have some gifts here for you as well.
Are these from Sijween too?
Nope, they're from yours truly. You've already wrapped up your work at the fortress, so you can return to the surface at any time. You haven't yet served your full prison term, however, so...
For real? Then we could stay here for a really long time?
You may access the cafeteria for free.
Hooray!
Just remember to come complete your paperwork once it's time for your release.
Так, вернитесь в бараке. Да ё-моё. Ну трэш. Поставили там барак, телепорт, хз. Так каждый раз бегать убиться можно. Я чувствую, тут в фонтане еще контента прям до хрена есть. А, в бараке. Да, другое.
We're back in our cell again. We're no longer prisoners though, so it really doesn't feel the same. Sure feels that way. But the truth is, we never did anything bad to begin with, so I'm not sure. Huh? How did you know? Hey, that's not true! Alright. It's like, we've now gone to so many places together and become friends. There are so many bad things in the world, and we're just two people, but you're counting Paimon today? Aren't you the only adventurer here? Then let's ask Catherine to give Paimon an adventurer handbook as well! Paimon will also be an adventurer from today forward! Just our thoughts making Paimon giddy. Paimon's gonna crash, so you sleep soon too. The last time we fell asleep here, we woke up to a whole mess outside our cell. The primordial seawater nearly rose up. That was so scary. We should be safe now, right? Alright then, good night to you, traveler.
Утибозички, утибозички. У меня аж глаза из орбит вылезли. Э-э-э, 830. Стоп. А, у меня, короче, не прокачивается мир из-за того, что я там подземелье не прошел, чтобы возвысить мир. А так в целом все кайфово. Так, дождитесь следующего дня. До базара сейчас только. Ой-ой-ой-ой-ой. Так. Еще немножко. А, там с 8 до 12 надо еще. Вот так надо. Маскарад виновных. Погнали. Сейчас, короче, мы вот когда сверху окажемся, пойдем проходить подземелье, чтобы возвыситься, а потом сразу же понизить мир, уровень мира хотя бы до 70. С 60, конечно, прям вообще изи. Но придется, видимо, до 70 повышать. Хотя бы понижать, потому что сейчас у меня Вообще будет 80-го левела враги.
Please, sign here. This document will be effective immediately.
It's been so long since we've been to the surface. Let's hurry up and... Huh?
What's happening? I'm fine, thanks.
Let's go ask the Duke.
Да ё-моё. Родной, что творится? Ну-ка, рассказывай. Так, you're in the cabinet. In the office.
Your Grace?
Ah, good to see you two.
Yeah, what was with that earthquake just now?
Ah, that. The tremor didn't originate from the seafloor. Over the years of serving as the warden here, I've developed a sense for distinguishing between what occurs on the surface and what
So the fortress is okay?
If you recall our last incident, if there really were a problem, there...
Huh, you've got a point. By the way... Wait, seriously?
Ah, yes. Have you...
Yep. It's you two. Are you leaving? That's right! Today is our last day in prison. But now that Paimon says that, it doesn't feel like we were confined here. Oh yeah, Paimon feels fond of this. Then be sure to come back and visit.
If you've signed the release papers, then you're free to go.
You're not going to see us...
I knew you'd ask. All right.
Well, you actually agreed.
Ah, so you do have a polite side.
After being down here for so long, I imagine you must feel like you're... Yeah, don't worry, we'll come back to see you.
I hope you won't be here as convicts the next time I see you.
We'll do our best to stay out of trouble. Well, it seems our work in the Fortress of Mirapede is finished. That's the end of another chapter. We should probably go report to him now. You're going to see Monsieur Nervillette?
I'm sure just your regards will do. You're right. I've heard the Palais has been terribly busy these days.
Брать в дворец Мармадония. Ай, нас так и не проводил никто. Ну и ладно. Я и сам могу. Погнали.
The Palais Mermonia sure is buzzing with activity today.
Halt! Huh? Oh, it's you two. Apologies, Monsieur Nervillette.
Excuse me, would you?
I'll be right there. Sorry.
Everyone's so busy.
Hello. You've come at the right time, but you'll have to wait for just a moment. In the meantime, please, have a seat.
That's all right. We just...
Very well, then.
Let's take a break over there while we wait for him to...
All right. That should wrap things up for...
Are you done with your work?
Yes, sorry to keep you waiting. Today should be the day you were released from the Fortress of Mirapede. And...
That's right! And we came here to see you right away!
A map...
Do you have any idea what that might be?
Judging from your description, that cannot have occurred in any... A whale of that size and shape cannot usually be found in the waters of Teyvat.
Immersed in primordial seawater? But how? Is he okay?
Most people wouldn't be capable of entering in the first place. I'm not completely sure how he could have gotten there myself. Yes? What is it?
Ah, right! Paimon felt it too! We asked the Duke and he said it wasn't from underwater, so we figured you...
It turns out that I have just received a report about this. The source of the tremor was here on the surface near Poisson. After the shaking stopped, the water levels in the Poisson area rose.
The water levels rose?
Fortunately, the water levels only rose for a short period of time, and have already returned to normal. If the change in water levels is connected with the leaking primordial seawater, then the situation in Poisson...
Navia should be in Poisson, right? We need to go check on her!
I would also like to go there as soon as possible, but I'm afraid I can't leave just yet. We must immediately formulate disaster prevention. I'll have to ask you two to go to Poisson first. I'll meet you there to check on the situation once I fin-
There's no time to lose! Let's get going!
Please be careful.
Эх, да куда мы денемся? Погнали в Поиссон.
Oh no! What happened here? Navia should be around here, right?
Так. Мы хотя бы, блин, вообще даже не из этого мира, поэтому любые припадки здешних стран нас никак не коснутся.
We haven't seen a single soul all the way here.
What will I ever do now?
Look, there's someone.
Just stay put. We're coming up. Watch your balance.
All right.
I'm not young anymore.
Oh, he looks pretty sad.
My leg. How could this have happened? It hurts.
Just hang in there. Help is on the way.
Теперь страшно. Прям да. Нави, блин, где ты? Было бы хорошо, если бы оказалось, что она вообще не здесь была в это время. Хотя, скорее всего, она здесь где-то.
Oh, it's Navia. She's over there. Hey, Navia, are you okay?
You're here.
We heard there was a situation in Poisson.
Yes. As you can see, the water level...
Demoiselle! There was a wounded resident next to a building southeast of here. We've already transported him to...
He's wounded?
He fell, so it's probably a broken leg. He's pretty shaken up. When the water level rose, he desperately climbed up to the roof. Once the water receded and he saw the...
He jumped down then. Find the leader of Squad 1 and tell him to take the wounded resident...
Understood. I'll take over his search and rescue...
All right. You'll be... I'm sorry. Right. A little earlier, we suddenly heard a loud noise. At first, everyone thought the rushing water seemed a little odd, almost like the unique color of primordial seawater. Some people, everyone on the street who happened to be close to the water, didn't have a chance to... Those who realized what was happening started to flee in a panic, desperately trying to get to higher ground. The Spina di Rosula initiated rescue operations as quickly as possible, but there have been a lot of casualties. The water that flooded the area contained primordial seawater, so the lower levels of Poisson are still hazardous. No one knows if this could happen again. All we can do for now is try our best to help
How awful.
It was quite frightening indeed. I only wish...
Is there any way we can help, Navia?
Thank you for being so willing to help in a moment.
Don't say that, Navia. That's what friends are for.
Demoiselle! We've got a situation here!
Sorry. I need to go for now.
Неужели не растворились?
And off she goes.
Okay, the wounded are being tended to. Of course, we should remain ready for anything. Traveler, Paimon?
Huh? Right now?
Thank you.
Капец. Крик чаек. Узрите катастрофу Пуассона. Ой, даже мне не по себе стало от всего этого. Бедные люди.
Not a lot of people here, huh?
Well, given the time of day and the whole situation...
Right. That's...
Navia? Navia, what's wrong?
Sorry. I just... Maloose and Silver... They won't...
Huh? What happened to them?
Everyone agreed on the rescue plan, but still... They were helping evacuate the residents, and... I've known them for so long. I could at least hold a funeral for my father, and I know where he rests. But as for Maloose and Silver, they're just...
Everything looks so clean after it rains. Even the gravestones. I didn't expect that you'd enjoy a glass of red wine in front of Master Callus's grave.
I can understand. Besides, the scenery here isn't half bad.
See, it's not just me. I always want to bring something when I visit Papa. Perhaps we might even have a picnic. He wouldn't...
How could Master ever be upset with you, demoiselle? Yet the cemetery is the home of those who have passed, is it not? Everyone in...
Buying yourself a plot in advance?
No need yet. But when I do, I hope you'll let me be buried beside Master Cal.
Hey!
I'm quite serious.
That makes sense. In that case...
After all, besides you, demoiselle, the two of us could...
Personally?
Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? Seriously. But I'd really prefer not to talk about this stuff. And what do you mean by saving me a trip? I'd make the journey even if I had to I'd promised to let them rest in peace here. But here I am breaking that promise. I'm sorry for letting you see me in a mess like this.
Paimon doesn't know how to help.
I'd always thought I could make my wishes come true. But now that I think about it, Maloose and Silver have helped me so much. I'm so sorry.
You can spend as much time as you need here, Navia. We'll stay...
Thank you. Right now, by the way, you can have a look at this.
Obena... Khan... So... everyone else is safe.
It's okay. I know what you're thinking. And the overall outcome indicates that the cost...
Right. Don't think that way, Navia. One person might be saved at the expense of another, sure, but Maloose and Silver were not the price for saving anyone.
You're right. What you said just now was pretty amazing.
Oh.
Seems you've become more eloquent in the time since we last met.
The knave? What are you doing here?
Не, я знаю, что, конечно, что Арлекино, она как бы классная, но как будто сейчас не самое подходящее время, чтобы вставались свои реплики.
Is everything going well on your side?
Yes, my people are carrying out the mission according to your request. All the residents of Poisson have been evacuated, and we're preparing to relocate. As for these supplies, we have everything taken care of. There is no need to worry.
Thank you.
Wait.
We just met recently.
Usually, I would call this a coincidental encounter, but that doesn't quite fit this time. Thanks to the Knave, Spina di Rosula received generous support from the Fatui, which allowed us to complete the rescue and evacuation work so quickly.
Mutual aid is essential to fostering positive developments. We were already in the area, in any case, so it was... That said, I must say that you're a lot sharper than you...
I apologize for all the ways in which I tested you previously. We've never worked with a Fatui before. My subordinates have reported that Fatui soldiers have been observing water levels and taking head counts in various locations. I hear that they've also prepared...
This is nothing to brag about, nor do I intend to. It is simply the way of powerful organizations to act forcefully, whether they are doing good or ill. As I've told this traveler before, I know of the prophecy, and I intend to prevent the impending disaster. Lending your organization a hand was a natural first step in accomplishing that. As such, do not be troubled by this token of our sincerity.
Without your help, there would have been many more casualties.
Furthermore, I sincerely regret what happened to Malus and Silver. I only wish that my people could have arrived a little earlier to prevent this from happening.
Don't say that. You and your subordinates did every... As Paimon said, Malus and Silver didn't choose to sacrifice themselves for any specific person. I've never liked hearing people put it that way. It's like trying to relieve pain by saying some noble-sounding words. But right now, there's nothing more suitable.
You're right. I'm sorry for your... Water is life to Fontaine's people, and it also spells disaster. It's no wonder that people always say that prophecies represent fate.
So, you're one who will try to change fate, then?
Of course. That is why I'm going to Hotel Bouffe de Thé. By the way, traveler, Paimon, one more thing.
Alright, then we'll just...
That is a clever and useful conversation technique, which I do like to use when necessary. But there's no need, traveler. I'm sure you remember that I said we could work together. You and I both know that there may be issues with the Primordial Sea. Previously, it was the Fortress of Meripede's sluice gate, and this... Indeed. Allow me to share the latest intel I've received from the House of the Hearth's intelligence network with you. During some recent investigations, a child claimed to have discovered some ruins near Poisson. The ruins date back to ancient times, and seem to be worth investigating in many ways. Judging by the dating of the ruins, they may be related to the prophecy and the coming crisis. My people initially came to prepare for ruin exploration. Unexpectedly.
So that's why the Fatui...
I wanted to take the children along, but unfortunately, Linny, Lynette, and Fremine have all been dispatched to higher... Linny told me that outside of the house, which is why I want to give you this task. The House of the Hearth's members see each other as family, but Linny, Lynette, and Fremine said that they also see you as such. I'm sure you already understand how earnest...
Oh!
The intel I just shared about the ruins could fetch a high price. But since the children consider you family, it's only natural that I freely share it with you.
Got it! So all we gotta do is go to some ruins, right?
Excuse me, but may I tag along?
You wish to join, Miss Navia?
But are you sure you're up to exploring some
Well, I'm sad, yes. But there's no point in being depressed while we still have a disaster on our hands. Besides, I'm also...
Since you put it that way, I have no objections. All right. The ruins are to the south of Poisson. Here's the map.
Okay, the three of us will...
Так, ну, хорошо, давайте так, прежде чем отправляться в руины, мы сделаем вот что. Мы сейчас берем, телепортируемся в Монштадт. Так, подбегаем к Катерине.
add Astra.
Нажимаем. Я это не могу получить. Давайте. Будем надеяться, что я справлюсь. У меня нету такого уровня отряда. Давайте вместо Нейль хорошо возьмем Розарию.
Make sure to keep up.
Молимся, что у меня все получится. Ух ты ж не ай-яй-яй. Ух ты ж нифига. А я вообще в ту сторону иду. Ну, вроде да. Я так полагаете, хилю чурлу 80-го левела, да? Да. Ну пока еще нормально. Вот сейчас будет жестко. Это еще не все, кстати. Или все? Не знаю, сейчас посмотрим. Нормально. Мага в первую очередь. Нормально.
Windblade.
Тихо, ты чё? Мужик.
Don't blink.
Ну да, они прям долго пробиваются. Вот прям кто-кто, они прям долго идут. Че, маги? Офигеть.
With the wind!
Cut to the chase. Incoming. Hey! Shiver! Speed of light.
Так. Ай-яй-яй.
Windblade! Sorry, pal.
Так, сейчас он проделает эту атаку. И все, погнали. Мне страшно представить, кто там седьмой враг будет. Я только сейчас заметил, что это испытание на время. Я только сейчас заметила, что это на время испытания. Ну блин, и нафига это проходил? Ладно. Я могу заново начать, ну а смысл? Ладно, я этим займусь вне стрима. Поэтому идем дальше проходить сюжет. Так, это можно сюда телепортироваться. Мне надо просто докачать персонажей до 80-го левела. Но это надо много времени. Это фатуевец? Впрочем, мне все равно. Я главное на расслабоне вообще все прохожу. И вот этот тик начинаю слышать и такой... Ё-моё. Капец.
So, are these the ruins?
They seem to be.
Let's go in.
Just be careful.
Окей. Я, кстати, получается, я, считайте, просто коплю уровень вот здесь. Потому что я его не могу юзать просто. Ночный режим. Рекомендуемый уровень отряда. Нормальный. Так. Кстати. Угу. Тут надо просто мне курляпис поискать. Побегать будет. Здесь надо вот. Это бить. Потом Розария. Шевронов много надо. Ну, впрочем, все по классике. А, это не то, не то. Вот это. Ну, смысл мне этим прокачивать? Можно вот этим вкачать. Но это как будто даже дорого окажется. Не, ладно, потом этим займусь. Я эту птаху ненавижу. Вырой.
Windblade!
Don't blink. Incoming. Hey!
Ладно, нормально. Что ж за рынок? А, ёпта. Я прям в моменте, как оно развалилось, понял, то, что оно обвалится. Прям один в один, в миллисекундах.
This place has also been contaminated by primordial seawater.
Yeah. And a lot of it, too. A Fontanian would most likely dissolve the moment they fell in.
Right! You can't go down if there's primordial seawater. It's too dangerous and it won't be any help. Don't get by my wrong. We're not.
No, you're right. I can't do anything in this situation. That complicates things.
In that So you wanna wait for us?
The water levels here are unstable, and I'll go together with you. Perhaps we'll find the exit just up ahead.
All right.
Так, ну придется нырять. А, нет.
Oh no, it's a dead end! Let's try climbing over from the side.
Это что за паркур тут такой? Я здесь даже забраться не могу. А вот под этим могу. Да, вот. И потом вот так. Это просто чисто это вода первозданного вот это вот, короче, да. Если в нее Нави упадет, ГГ будет. Кто там будет? Да ну, выход в реальный мир. А нет, это руины. А чем это как экран отдалился?
Wait, there's something wrong with this bridge.
Да ну не может все так просто быть. Вот к ночью живая.
Demoiselle.
Huh?
Demoiselle, what are you doing here by yourself? Would you
А
be
нет,
standing
это
here till
видение.
dark if I hadn't...
Maybe she just...
Yes, it...
That's quite possible.
Oh. It must have... This is a...
Is something the matter, Dem?
Oh, no. I was just trying to...
Do you remember...
We were headed to...
Ah, right.
Oh, Miss Navia. Ah, Mr. Maloose. And Mr. Silver, too. I've been great. They were knocking at my...
Sometimes...
Oh, yes. One moment, I have it right here. Miss Navia, these are some flower seeds that I prepared. Please take them. I don't know what we would have done.
Why, we can have as many pots as you'd like, Demoiselle.
Perfect. In that case, we'll swap out some of the decorative plants for some...
Very well.
Wait. Excuse me, madam.
That's right.
No, it's nothing. This is the first... I've heard this name. And why are there so few people around here?
We must mind the time, Demoiselle.
Huh? We do?
Well, now...
Miss Navia, here you are. I've been looking for you. Please...
My trial?
Yes, she's right, Demoiselle. It's just...
Oh?
Что прям происходит?
Look, it's Navia!
And her two attendants are with her. Goodness, everyone's finally here.
There sure are a lot of people here to see the trial. And they all seem to be Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen. Why are so many people here? And as for the judge... huh?
Please sit in the defendant's seat. Don't...
All right, but...
Typically, it wouldn't be allowed, but today is an exception.
Hey, what kind of place do they think this is?
Come on, do they have any idea what they're doing?
Seriously.
Enough with the whispering! Could someone please tell me where Monsieur Nervillet...
My dear Miss Navia, have you not yet realized what you've done? As all here know, you are Master Callus's successor. After you took over the Spina, you treated all of us. Not only you, but your butler, your...
Wait a moment.
Yes, correct. Absolutely right. And that we are one big family, all of us who are from Poisson, inextricably linked. Therefore, this fair and honorable court shall declare you guilty.
Huh? Everything you have said is correct. I have.
Ah, well.
How one. I know all these people. Why are they laughing?
I seem to remember.
Wait just a moment. This isn't right!
Malus?
What was that, Mr. Malus? Our conclusion is very clear and unanimous. Let the court judge her now. She's guilty!
Stay here, Navia! You're one of us.
Demoiselle, don't admit guilt. This trial means to keep you here forever.
I wish to exercise my right to defend Our Lady. Mr. Joinville, you only know of Navia's goodness, but nothing of her utterly independent mind.
She was born a free and independent spirit. She has never been tied down by anything.
Her actions cannot serve as proof that she identifies herself as part of any group. She merely acted as an individual. Please do not mistake her action.
Really? As an individual, you say? Don't forget, we are all Fontanians here. This is the nation of justice, the nation of Hydro. Even if Miss Navia only voluntarily rendered her assistance, that doesn't change the fact that her beautiful everything is measured here in the nation. Now, I speak for everyone. Our opinion is consistent. Navia should stay.
And you would call this justice? Preposterous. You are merely jealous that... Have you forgotten how much you...
Do you mean to defy our justice?
If your justice is flawed, then why should we acknowledge it?
As you said, we can also have our own justice. And that is how we will enforce.
Demoiselle.
Silver, it hurts. My head. I remember now. Everything that seemed odd from the very beginning. Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen, and Mr. Giverny and Mrs. Burnett, who we met earlier. Even Malus and Silver. I don't want to admit it, but they're all dead.
Don't be afraid, and don't admit guilt.
Absurd! Who are you to say that she cannot be judged? We are the majority, and in the nation of don't let them escape! We shall keep Navia—
Mr. Malus and Mr. Silver, must you be so stubborn? How could the two of you possibly hope to stand against the collective? Do not resist. This judgment is fair and just. Navia belongs to us. After all that happened, she should not be left alone in Poisson.
What are you saying?
No more excuses!
She says we're jealous. Jealous? How could she possibly be an independent
What's with these people? Who's jealous of her?
She belongs to us!
Miss Navia.
Silence!
That's... Monsieur Neuvillette!
Such commotion is prohibited in the court. The accusations you... The court will adjourn for the rest of the day. In this, I shall hear no objections.
Our thanks, monsieur.
Please leave with me, Miss Navia, while there is still time.
But...
Go on now, demoiselle. This is your only chance.
Loose.
My apologies. I couldn't resist making one little joke once I realized that this shall be our last goodbye.
Malus. Silver.
Quickly, you must come now.
Goodbye, demoiselle.
Farewell.
Жестко.
No, wait! Just a second!
Navia?
You're awake. Good.
I must have been dreaming. Malus and Silver were still alive.
It looks like you're all...
Did all the sad feelings cause you to have a nightmare?
The ruins you were exploring suffered a cave-in. When I arrived, I found you falling toward the... You were just about to be dissolved within. I think I saw 2 Oceanids protecting you. It was only for a moment, perhaps even a fraction of a second. Were it not for their intervention, I would not have been able—
Wait, did you say Oceanids? You mean—
Perhaps those two Oceanids were the people—
I always told them that they didn't have to protect me.
Please come with me.
Neverlet, are you okay?
Oh, I am—
Why do you look so— Oh, Paimon knows. You're the type who feels awkward.
I merely thought that we should give Navia some—
Huh? Why didn't you just say—
I suppose so. Ah, Sigewinne. I hope all is well with her these days. Her work in the Fortress of Meropide has not been too much for her, has it?
No way, don't worry. She's doing fine down there. She's an amazing head nurse.
I see. Well, that is good. I have always worried that Sigewinne would need a lot of time to understand the world of humanity, just as I have.
Oh, and the Duke also says hi. Even though Sigewinne made him do that. He hopes that you haven't been overwhelmed by all that's happened lately.
Thank you. I have indeed been busy.
He still doesn't know what to talk about. So, Neverlet, you're probably quite the swimmer, huh?
Yes, of course.
This isn't going anywhere. Let's try something else. How did you find these ruins? Did the knave tell you?
Yes, in fact. I had arranged to meet you in Poisson, but when I arrived, I discovered that the Fatui were helping the residents evacuate. They had even transported a large quantity of supplies to the area. Amid my astonishment, I ran into the knave, and we had a chat. She informed me that she had asked you to investigate the ancient ruins here.
Yeah, we originally planned to meet up with you, but we thought you might still be busy with all those official documents. We didn't think exploring the ruins would take very long, and who would have thought you'd wrap things up so quickly?
I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting like that. I'm feeling much better now. I guess we should get going again. Will you come with us, Monsieur Neuvillette?
Yes, if you wouldn't mind my company.
All right! Another one joins the party! Let's get going then!
Блин, wait.
Many happy returns!
Wind blade!
Speed of light!
Пани. Ну, сейчас опять будет мост валиться, да?
No, another unstable path. Watch your step.
Ай-яй-яй. Мана. Давай, восстанавливайся. Да что ж ты будешь? Я сейчас упаду просто. Да что ж ты будешь делать-то с этой выносливостью тупой? Сейчас я все восстановлю. И вот теперь побежим. Аккуратно, не спеша. Ублюдство. Ох, аж сразу 3. Откуда вас столько-то взялось сразу? Валим. Так. Угу. Тихо, 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 тихо. Сундук. Еще и бот. Вы чё, угораете, что ли? Вы чё всех подряд-то в одну кучу засовываете?
Disappear! Wind blade!
With sword comes shadow. Don't blink. Lights out.
Many happy returns!
Отлетел. Так, да, все, погнали. О! Давно эту штучку не использовал.
Looks like we've reached the end.
This is the place. There should not be any other hidden spaces in the vicinity.
The path sure had some twists and turns, but it turns out that this place isn't actually that big.
Stone slates. It seems...
Perhaps we should just leave them be for...
There are 4 locations in total, but only 3 stone slates.
The surrounding walls all...
There's something written below. Let Paimon see. Reason dictates that this nation be destroyed. I shall record the history of its future here in its past. Say what?
It feels like someone left these slates and these words here for a purpose.
That would fit the circumstances dictated by the prophecy, yes. Indeed, the slate's contents correspond to it. Take the second slate, for example.
There's a person kneeling here. She seems so dedicated. And there's a whole bunch of other people.
And is that Lady Farina in the third?
And is that a ring of people?
The fourth image.
The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the hydro are... More information should be hidden in these slates, but I fear I cannot easily uncover it.
Don't blame yourself, Monsieur Neuvillette.
Ooh, chills just looking at these. This says that it's the history.
I really hope it doesn't mean.
Still, Paimon feels like these images are kind of weird when you look at them together.
That's right! If the images are in chronological order, shouldn't the fourth, the waters drowning Fontaine, come before the third? Were the Hydro Archon herself?
And yet the order is reversed here.
If we go by timing, Lady Farina only emerges in the third image. That means that the person in the second image might be the previous Hydro Archon.
Egeria, then. I had never met her, but her appearance here does match the records. The previous Archon kneeling before the floating island in the skies, as if confessing a sin.
Did she herself commit that sin? And if not, why would she be in such a posture? Also, I'm still wondering why these ancient stone slates are here at all. Judging from their contents, could this place be the origin of the prophecy? Does that mean that someone, or some people...
But who would have created...
It seems that any further clues will have to come.
In that case, there's no time to lose.
Yeah, we better get somewhere safe for now.
Испытание завершено. О, нам даже драгоценный сундучок дали. Окей.
Let's split up here. I'm going to check on what's happening with the Spina.
You still have energy for that now?
Just head back to the Fleuve Cendre and have a rest.
I'll depart as well. Thanks for your hard work today. Traveler, I will go talk to Farina tomorrow morning. I'm sure that you're concerned about this matter as well. If you have time, drop by my office. I will...
Are you really gonna talk to her about this directly? Will that be a problem?
She has long been harboring secrets and will not give them up easily, which makes it all the more my duty to ensure that...
All right, we'll leave it in your hand.
I will be carefully considering my words.
Traveler, Paimon, our safe house at the Fleuve Cendre is always... All right.
We're finally back!
Welcome back. We've got a special menu prepared.
Yay! And there's good food too! Ooh, desserts! Nice! These are all Paimon's! Paimon's already starting to forget what happened today.
Oh, that voice. Is that who I think it is?
Huh?
Мона, поскольку ее полное имя... Я даже читать это не хочу. Знакомая, кстати, рожа. Мне плевать.
Seriously, nobody just uses a scry glass whenever they...
Still, we didn't expect to see you here! Wait, you're not a Fontanian, are you, Mona?
Well, I have some business to attend to here, so I booked a hotel in the city. I was just out for a stroll when I bumped into you. Why did you think I was from Fontaine, though? Is that because Magistus doesn't sound much like a Mondstadt? Well, I used to have my own surname, which was... there was nothing for it, really. Nope. Although it is used by us in place of surnames, it generally just means great.
Wow! Imagine including a boast in your name. Wait, are you gonna have to put that into your genealogy as well?
I reckon so. In any case, I'd give my disciple a name like this as well, if I were to take one. Astromancer Barbeloth Trismegistus.
Whoa, that's a long one. Does it also mean great or something?
My name means Mona the Great Astrologist.
Thrice as great?
I know, right?
Talk about excessive.
Megistus is thus the calling card of our school, so to speak.
That sounds terrible! But anyway, you're not Fontanian, are you?
Well, I was born in Mondstadt, yes.
Oh, that's a good...
There's something ominous about it. Well, the water, I mean. That was the main reason, yes. The invitation was sent quite early on.
What do you make of...
What I can tell you is that I'm afraid that this is... But on the flip side...
A visionary?
Of course. The old hag could do it, and I'd bet there are other...
Thanks, Mona!
Oh, well...
That's the greatest...
Indeed!
Oh, sorry. I came to see what all the commotion was about.
Oh, whoops. Guess we were getting a little too carried away there. Well, I'll go tend to my own business now.
And there she goes, quick as rushing water. And here we are with the Spina guy giving... If Paimon hadn't spoken for you, it'd be you getting... that's more like... Good morning. To be honest, Paimon's still feeling kind of sleepy. But it's time to get up.
Погнали. И вообще, для начала... ну микрофон тут рядом.
You're here! Monsieur Neurvalette and Lady Farina, they...
Like I said, I've already explained everything!
And yet the problem has not been properly solved. It is not my intention to offend you, but please, tell me where you stand. Look at this. This is a list of the victims.
You mean...
We did not arrive in time to avert this disaster, and I will not have it. I will say this once more. You must tell me Yesterday, I found 3 stone slates in some ancient ruins near
Seriously? You're questioning me like this is a court case now. I don't know, but you found them...
That's correct, which is why I came to ask you some questions. There should have been 4 slates, but one of them was missing. The other 3 feature different images. The second of these slates depicts the previous Hydro Archon Egeria kneeling before a floating island in the sky, as if confessing something. Do you know nothing of this either?
I don't. I've never seen such slates.
I'll ask you again. Do you really have My deciphering of the slates indicates that the Hydro Archon Egeria once had to confess to, or apologize for...
All gods don't have the same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. Is it really so strange? I understand your concerns, but... I'm sorry.
Forgive me for saying this now, Lady Farina, but I have long known of your various secret investigations. There are several indications that you have been investigating. This is not strange in itself, considering that you are the Hydro Archon. But it is strange that you should also claim to not know any of Egeria. You have never been as superficial as you have presented yourself to be, nor are you a fool. And yet, your behavior is very inconsistent.
Well, since you know about my secret investigations, then you should know I'm actually working to take care of it. There's no point questioning or suspecting me. You're the Eudix, but you're still my subordinate. Just trust in me, you're Archon, and do as I say. Never mind whether you can truly convince yourself to or not. That's all I have to say. We do not Oh! The opera's about to...
Did Farina not notice us standing by the door? Wonder what's up with her. She was smiling.
I assume you've been outside.
Oh! You noticed! Seems
She was in a great panic, though I cannot discern the reason. Our discussion reached impasses time and again. Still, I do not understand. Dialogue is the basis for understanding, so why did she keep refusing to engage? Everyone in her inner circle has noticed that she is hiding some secret. The issue is her attitude. I fear that she will not reveal anything. We may have to create a situation in which she will have no choice but...
Oh?
Normally, people will only reveal the truth when standing trial. Perhaps we must have the Hydra...
But Farina's seen so many trials, and she's really good at dodging questions.
We will need to consider this thoroughly, join forces with various parties. If at all possible, I would prefer to recuse myself from this affair, but this may be cruel to her. But all Fontaine is in crisis. The information a god possesses is too precious, and so we... But who will lend us the...
Арлекино, Нави.
Well, that's it. Speaking of which, it was pretty smart of you to think of hiding here.
Poisson was just involved in a disaster, so it's presently devoid of people.
And here you are drinking tea.
That's what family should...
It's nice to enjoy tea here, you know? Care for a...
Lend me your ears, everyone. Or perhaps one of you might like to start us off. How...
Me?
Then, how about you, good...
I fear that I will cause the mood on this boat to become as...
Well then, I guess we're lucky we've got a local like me to organize things. Wonderful, this...
That was a little long-winded, don't you?
Oh, you might be right. Anyway, to cut to the chase, our friend here, the Traveler, has brought us together to discuss something.
У нас тут... Я, кстати, удивлен, что Арлекино здесь нет. Она больше всех, мне кажется, заинтересована в том, чтобы предотвратить все эти бедствия. У нас тут Линет, Лини... Фремина. Забыл, как эту зовут гвардейку. Невелет и Навия.
As for what that is, well, let's start by saying that we'll be pooling our efforts together.
Oh?
Well, it's just an expression, really. One that I just learned from Chlorand. And used on the spot. So...
Huh? Didn't...
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public speaking, right? This is a good...
I see.
He is glad that you consider him your boss.
In that case, do any of you have experience?
Not that I recall.
Fremine and I once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were younger. As for Lynette, Oh, right. You were sick that day, weren't you?
I've also gone diving to catch...
I'm afraid not. You may or may not have heard, but Fontaine once played host to, though that was their name. They did not hunt animals, but rather various monsters left behind by the Today, Fontaine's monster population has already thinned greatly, so the hunters have blended back into society, taking up arms in other lines of work. They even let a trap comprises of the following components: bait, a trigger, and a container. So, if we were to build a trap together, right now, what would you choose to build it with?
For me, I would prefer something basket-shaped. Pigeons and rabbits will see the bait and naturally enter the snare. Our line of work requires a deft hand, and we're some of the best in...
You used some of those techniques while moving the people of Poisson, didn't you? My subordinates mentioned that you even performed some mad...
Yes, and I even managed to gather some intelligence in the meantime.
I'm afraid I can't claim that as my strong suit. I prefer more stable methods, like placing bait...
Calm and steady.
And I can be their assistant.
With discretion, I'm sure.
I'd probably use some sort of mechanical animal. Papa once bought me some small clockwork squirrels, mice, and such. When placed in the forest, they can attract other... I remember that you liked those too.
I did. And that would be a good way to go about it. If they're realistic enough.
What about you, Monsieur Neuvillette?
I fear I do not have any related
That makes sense. You usually solve problems directly, without the use of any. But I do have one more question for you. If we were to create a trap now, how would you design?
I would like for it to be effective, but bring no harm to the prey. A more gentle trap would be ideal.
Kind, as always. However, our intention doesn't necessarily change the containment device and the type of implement we need. If we wanted to kill the prey in one strike, we would need a powerful implement. However, that also goes for prey that—
Wait, why is that?
Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing their prey can snare it without harm.
Huh. We hadn't thought of seeing ourselves as hunters.
If our means of capturing and dealing with our prey is to put them on trial, but we shall require much more courage than any hunter to judge a god, a being whose seat is an exalted throne.
Oh, so that's what's going on.
Сравнение, которое выбрала Кларинда, остается всего лишь сравнением. Вы не считаете свои действия охотой, у вас совсем другая цель, и ваши отношения с Фариной пока не настолько испортились. Вам нужно всего лишь выведать ее секреты. Попытка выведать секреты Бога — настоящее кощунство, но вы решаете пойти на риск, чтобы Фонтейн не погрузился под воду, как предсказано в пророчестве. Не будет ни охотника, ни дичи, зато будет ловушка. Вам нужно поставить ловушку. Ой, а мы где-то под землей. Ой, капец.
It's been a tough few days, hasn't it? Paimon didn't think the meetings... Paimon thought they'd be at least a little frightened. Well, Fremine was, now that Paimon thinks of... it's hard to say. Paimon doesn't have any After all, you're the most reliable person in the world, aren't you? Did you just pour some tea? Paimon... Then what's that? Paimon's never seen that cup before!
Don't be frightened. What a strange conclusion. And yet even you feel confused. Consider me a passerby. Just accepting it. Precisely. Call me N, a mage who wanders the world. At least, that's how my friends have suggested that I introduce myself. The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesized will...
What?
People call such things fate, and it is written in the stars. So just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners, where are the things that you shall see different from the...
What is she
I believe that you understand, right? Some things are ultimately... Fate shall serve as... This was good tea, by the way.
The voice. What? Alright. Hey, it's you who's getting late.
Well, I see I've walked in on some lively banter.
Mona!
Fine, just fine. Not all Fontainians are pessimistic about this.
Did you?
Why, yes. It was Charlotte. I assume you've heard of her, no? I'm in full support of her.
That's right! Paimon's glad to hear something so...
Yes. About what we had discussed, huh? Goodness gracious. Are you...
She said that even the god's gaze has blind spots. Pretty bold, if you ask...
The Hexen Circle members are certainly anything but ordinary. As for the maid, but I've never met her.
Whoa. The heck?
Their abilities alone are pretty terrifying.
Well, it's not like Paimon could understand it.
Yes, she was quite cryptic. Perhaps it is something that you cannot know. Traveler, Paimon?
Oh, we're fine.
I see. I guess you could consider me someone who has often wit, but even so, perhaps that's what En was trying to tell you. I did originally think...
Huh. You do have a point.
It was worth trying to comfort you, even if only a little. I believe that you'll help those who are struggling in the same way I did. I suppose that
Paimon feels kind of moved by what Mona said. Hey, Traveler. Let's walk around the city, shall we? There's a few spots we always like to walk by.
Да, это все хорошо, но прогуляемся мы уже на следующем стриме. Что ж, забираем. Спасибо всем, кто был на стриме. Всем пока.